Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You guys are on fire in the chat room before the show even starts today, including Ken says, can't wait for the next episode of TNR After Dark. It's the best show on Cinemax.
If you stayed up late, I don't know what happened, man.
Well, we're having guests now, special guests coming in here and there.
Yeah. I look forward to the next one. I may be playing a different role from now on after getting neutered by my wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting weekend. I was in Auburn. You guys enjoyed the trip up to Coleman and our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. We'll talk about everything that happened this weekend. But as we get going here, much like when we're 90 days out, Brown usually, what's your old Doug Layton line?
Well, the great Doug Layton used to, football's 90 days away, and if you don't think that's going to get here quick, just go take out a 90-day note, and it'll be here before you know it.
Before you know it.
That's right.
I always point out on Mondays, as we approach week 4 of the college football season, the sport we love so much goes by so fast.
Why do you do this?
We're now 25% of the college football season behind us.
I don't understand why you think it's funny.
It's not funny.
It is. People hate this. You're the only one that likes doing this.
I don't like doing it.
Well,
I just point out that our sport goes too fast.
Well, but nobody wants to.
Glass half empty.
It is.
It just goes too fast.
You do this every year.
I'm just now
the grave too.
I'm just settling into the football season. It's a quarter over with already.
You do this every year, and people get so pissed at you, and you just think it's funny.
So life expectancy is down to 74. Do you count your years?
Yeah, 76. 76 in 4 months. So yes.
By the way, 68 days till Thanksgiving, 99 days till Christmas.
Wow.
I just saw this.
Yeah. If you don't think that'll go by fast, go get a 90-day note. It'll be here before you know it.
And as Auburn fans say, just 30 days till basketball season.
Ooh.
Oh, that was. Listen, I said this in our morning rounds. I write a little snippet every day. And I've been blessed most of my career to be able to pick and choose which games I go to every weekend, even back in my local TV days. I used to have to go to some bad games. It wasn't always the big games like I can choose to do now. But I don't know if I've ever been to an Auburn game where they were as disappointing as they were this weekend. And again, I know they've played a more disappointing, they've performed worse. There have been worse teams than this team. Brown makes a great point about 2012.
Oh, 2012 gave up.
I heard a lot of people comparing to Doug Barfield teams. I remind people that you had 3 NFL running backs on Doug Barfield's team and some talent over there. The Auburn fans were there. They were packed out. Overflow crowd in Jordan-Hare Stadium. It was a great atmosphere, a great day leading up to kickoff. And then the defense didn't show up. I was expecting, I thought Auburn would win the game 16-13. But I wasn't expecting the one thing I could count on, the Auburn defense, to give up 245 rushing yards and let Penn State average 7 yards of play. I was not expecting that to happen.
No, I agree. This is an Auburn team that had yet to give up over 10 yards. They had given up one 10-plus yard rush. And you saw what Nick Singleton was able to do in that second half against Auburn. They completely dominated up front. Penn State had 6 sacks. Auburn had none. Auburn is one of 4 teams in the FBS yet to force a turnover. They've turned the football over 8 times. You're -8 in turnover margin, and you're 2-1 because you played crap teams.
Yeah, you're -8 in turnovers, and right now it's never going to catch up because your quarterbacks are turnover machines. So you're going to turn the ball over a lot more, and that defense just isn't forcing them. Because somebody asked me yesterday on Twitter, fill in the blank, this Auburn team would be blank with Kevin Still as the head coach. And I said, I think they'd be about the same. I don't think there would be any marked difference between them and Kevin Still.
I agree.
My point was Kevin Still would not be getting the same types of pressures because the right people would be behind him that aren't behind Brian Harsin. But I only bring that up to say a lot of people are like, yeah, but Kevin Still would have this defense way better. And maybe he would have it better. I didn't come away from that game with the same opinion about Auburn's defense as a lot of people. And I know they had the ball run right down their throat, but they just got no help from their offense.
Oh, they did.
It's hard for me, and I know you're not pinning it on the Auburn defense.
No.
But it's hard for me to pin 25% of it on the Auburn defense Saturday.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, going into the stadium where the Auburn fans are doing everything they can to, wake up the echoes of Jordan-Hare Stadium, which was one of the main check marks everybody was giving Auburn a chance to win. It's at Jordan-Hare. It's at Jordan-Hare. So that place can really flip a script on some people. And the defense, I thought, was going to have to keep Penn State in the teens, and they just couldn't do that. And yes, the offense helps in that situation. And if the offense had played better, maybe the defense plays better. I was just surprised that they were able to run at such ease at points during that game.
Well, especially with the way Penn State has run the football the last couple of years, they've been one of the worst in the FBS. Averaging less than 3 yards a carry last year, and to go 6.3 per carry against Auburn. Again, I don't know why Nick Singleton's not getting more touches. He leads college football with 4 40-plus yard runs this year.
Yeah.
Had a couple on Saturday. 10 carries, 124 yards, a couple of touchdowns. To me, and Brent, I know what you're saying, and we talked about this on the postgame show. It's, starting pitcher that pitches his ass off and gets no run support. That's what Auburn's offense is right now for that defense. But at the same time, they did get pushed around in the second half.
Yeah, because if I look at and they did. There's no doubt they did. But you said they needed to keep it in the teens.
Yeah, you see James Franklin celebrating with his teams in the Auburn visiting locker room.
Yeah, you said they needed to keep it in the teens. If I'm Auburn's defense, I'm like, we had it 14-6 at the half. In fact, we gave you the ball at midfield to start your first offensive possession when we held Auburn on fourth down after Owen Popo absolutely depleted Sean Clifford. You do not see.
It was the best hit of the year so far.
You do not see a quarterback get hit that hard ever.
It was
It
incredible.
was a perfectly legal clean hit.
Legal hit,
Now,
which is key. We may see harder hits, but not legal.
Not
By the way,
harder.
Clifford is 6'3", 230 pounds, and his body was it was like he was
Levitated.
Levitating, yes.
Yeah, above the ground. Like
It
this.
was, yeah. I
Thank you, Dua Lipa.
I think for a minute Clifford's soul was levitating above his body when he was on the ground, and he got sucked back in.
And then the immediate decision to go for it on fourth down was really.
That's the point I was going to
dumb.
make. James Franklin, what a dumb decision. Man, punt that ball deep. Auburn's got no quarterback play. I didn't get that at all. But my point is, if I'm the defense, I gave you the ball there, you got 3 out of that. I don't come away as negative about Auburn's defense in this game as a lot of people. Yes, they got pushed around in the second half. But they were getting no help from their offense.
Here's what fires me up if I'm an Auburn fan, though. That game was still competitive at halftime. And Tank Bigsby didn't have 1 carry in the second quarter.
11 total touches.
11 total touches.
Yep.
And Harsin really didn't have a good answer for it after the game.
There is no good answer.
He was. We were playing catch up. We had to throw the football. Well, really, in the second quarter,
No, it's 14-6.
It's a one possession game.
Yeah.
At halftime, it's a one possession game.
Yeah.
You can get Tank more touches, especially when you've got awful quarterback play.
Yeah, and one thing that does is slow the game down a little bit when you're running it, especially for your quarterbacks. Rockstar, let's get a couple of Brian Harsin sound bites in here right after LT tells us about our friends at Odie's, which cranks us up this weekend, LT.
Yes. If you're looking for a place to go just to watch a little Monday Night Football, stop into Odie's. You can enjoy a great lunch or dinner. Rodney Davis has been cooking up incredible food for more than 30 years. The award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich. They've got a fantastic patio. It's going to be a little hot this week, but we'll have fall weather soon. You can sit out there and enjoy those ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Birmingham Institution, Crestline Village.
One interesting thing that came out of this, and I forgot to do this during pregame, and to be honest with you, after I did local TV from 12 to 1:30, I dashed back out to some friends' tailgates, so I didn't stay in and watch warm-ups like I know some of you Auburn fans who were in the stadium did, or some of the other media members who cover the team on a regular basis. So I don't know how he looked throwing the ball in warm-ups, but Zach Calzada was dressed and standing by the headset guy who signals in the plays throughout the entire game. So afterwards, with the way the game went, Brian Harsin gets asked about Zach Calzada. Do you ever think about putting him in the game?
Brian, was there ever any consideration at any point in the game to put Zach in?
Yeah, we talked about it, and I think we wanted to keep Robbie in there and let him keep playing. He got an opportunity to get in there and do that. So we'll see. I think that that'll be something we'll evaluate everything as we go into this week. All right, that's what we always do, and see what's going to be the best combination for us to be prepared and ready to go out there and play against Missouri. So it's not one player. That's the one thing. In football, it's never just one guy. All right, it comes back to an entire team effort or lack thereof, when it's all said and done. And you win as a team, you lose as a team. I mean, that's really what the message is. So, we'll look at why, and but I'm not going to put all the pressure, and reasons on one particular player. It's just, what were we doing or what were we not doing?
Nice.
Yeah, but he did say we talked about it, so that means he's in the mix now.
That's actually a very instructive answer because it tells you that he's at least healthy enough to be on the field. Is he 100%? I don't know, Lance, but he's healthy enough that the coaching staff discussed putting him in a game that seemed in desperate situations, and it was.
Well, clear to play is the way I read that.
Absolutely.
I mean, Calzada's got to play because right now he says you can't blame it on one. It's not one guy. You've got two bad quarterbacks right now. Calzada can't be any worse. And I would just say there's got to be one of three things. Either he is somewhat injured, he has practiced terribly, or he's in Harson's doghouse. It's got to be one of those three because why would you not at least give him an opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, that was an instructive answer, Dunaway. It tells you he is healthy enough to play in a football game. Is he 100%? I have no earthly idea. And again, this is not something, to my knowledge, the Auburn coaches have not openly talked about his injury outside of the non-throwing shoulder that had him out of spring. There is this rumored injury that has him out right now. Brian Harson's telling you right there, if there was an injury that had him out the first couple of games, it's healed enough that he could play right now.
Yeah, I feel like you're validating my reason of putting that up there first. I like that. You're like, that is a useful soundbite, Jim. I was like, I feel validated. I like that.
That's a great job, Jim.
Yeah. Well, no, Forrester chopped it up.
Well, I mean,
already searching for affirmation on Monday morning.
Well, no, I'm coming off of a weekend where I burned candles at both ends all weekend. So I was like,
well, the football season's almost over. So you don't have to do this much longer.
Yeah. Well, 75% left, right? So
Hey,
look at the glass half full.
We're only 4 weeks away from Gordon's fish sticks, too.
I'm shaving. I shave. It's not November yet. I just couldn't do it last night.
I mean, seriously, Halloween's about 4 weeks. I saw this. So 68 days to Thanksgiving. Halloween's not far off.
Lord, Lance, what are you doing?
No, I'm just saying, grow it out. Put on that slicker.
So you want that to be my Halloween costume?
Yeah, the Gordon's fish stick guy.
With Halloween's on a Monday, we'll do the dress-up show the way we did last year. That's a good one for you.
Well, if I grow it out enough, I could do the Gordon fish stick guy for part of the show and then come out in the Santa Claus outfit. I can just keep it going.
You might look like Spencer Tillman. He's that beard.
Yeah.
So his hair is jet black.
I could
but
pull
his
a Lovie
beard's
Smith.
all gray. Does that make any
Spencer,
sense?
so he's doing games with Brando still. What game did they have?
No, he was in studio.
No, that's not Spencer
That's
Tillman.
not Spencer Tillman.
That's
Brian Jones.
Yeah, Brian Jones with Neuheisel.
Okay, so jet black hair,
gray
completely gray beard.
Yeah.
That's an impossible mix, isn't it?
I really don't know. Well, not if you color your hair.
That's what I'm saying.
But why wouldn't you color your beard too?
We had a couple of people in the chat room when we said if your beard's gray and your hair is dark, you color your hair. Remember, we had a couple of people said, no, mine's exactly that way. I don't color my hair and my beard.
It's so hard to believe that it's jet black on top and completely white.
Rockstar, I will give you time to pull up cut number 3 because it's what everybody's talking about. But first, if you're moving anywhere in the continental United States, whether it's residential or whether it is commercial, our friends at Crocker Moving Services can make it happen. Now, listen, not everybody packs up and moves in September or October. So I want you to remember the name Crocker Moving Services, crockermovingservices.com, when you start to plan your next move. If it's right now, they're ready for you. If it's during the Christmas break, they're ready for you. If it's next spring and summer, they're ready for you at crockermovingservices.com. Eric Crocker, a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War, he is the owner, and he loves to take care of you. Even will pack up. His crew will pack up your office. He'll pack up your home and make it so easy on you. His operation manager is Drew. They've been together combined for about 35 years of experience moving. They're a nation. They have the capabilities of being a nationwide moving company, but also locally based right here so they can take care of you with great customer services. And they use made in the USA equipment, made in the USA supplies whenever possible. A veteran-owned company is Eric Crocker and the folks at crockermovingservices.com, crockermovingservices.com. Now, when Auburn, you knew it was going to happen as soon as they lost their first game, whoever it was, that the fire would turn up really even more on Brian Harsin.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody would have been surprised if we'd gotten an announcement yesterday Auburn was parting ways with Brian Harsin.
No,
or
I mean,
if it
look,
comes today or tomorrow.
You say the first loss, when you lose by 29, when you get completely embarrassed,
On your
it is
home
another
field,
level.
on your home field.
Yeah.
But it was a ranked Penn State team. It wasn't, like Missouri, who's coming into town this weekend. A Missouri loss will look a lot different than a Penn State loss. You'll give me that.
Well,
Yes,
and that's
absolutely.
at 11 o'clock, one of those lazy. I can't imagine the crowd really being up for this game.
Yeah.
And Missouri does have enough talent. If the ball bounces right, especially with Auburn's turnover margin right now, they could win this game.
Yeah. So Brian Harsin gets asked, and fair or not fair, the question whether a 2-1 SEC football team, 25% into a season, Brown. I don't know if it's fair to be asking a coach about his job security, but the table was set in the offseason that you knew this question would come after the first loss, and it came this weekend for Brian Harsin.
These results tonight or today could generate some talk about your job security. How do you handle that personally, and how do you handle that? How do you help your team and your coaching staff deal with that?
Yeah, well, I mean, number one, I'm always coaching for this football team, all right, and these players, number one. And, I can't control that. I can control, what I do each and every day. What I've always done is coach for this team, these players, these coaches, make sure I'm doing my job, having our team prepared and all that. And, I don't control any of those other things other than what I do and each and every day. So we put more expectations on ourselves than anybody else, all right? And that's always been that way. So at the end of the day, I'm disappointed for our football team. And my job is to make sure that we put together a plan and put a football team out there that can go compete and play at a high level. And, that's always the expectations. So the standard needs to be better than what it was, and that's really all we're going to focus on. I believe in this team, and I believe in what we're doing, and we got to be better at it. So, at the end of the day, that's all I ever focus on.
I'm telling you, that guy answered that question about as good as you answer that question. Tough question to be asked, and it comes now with a backdrop of Herm Edwards being fired on Sunday. Now, it's a different situation for Herm. They're losing football games. There's a massive NCAA investigation going on that has sort of just ripped through and caused firings and dismissals on Herm's staff. But the Arizona State program is looking for a coach. Pete Thamel, who covers college football for ESPN, puts Brian Harsin's name number one on the list at Arizona State. I don't know if Brian Harsin can get the job, wants the job, or whatever, but it's interesting that outside of the Auburn situation, Brian Harsin's name is still resonating for some Western jobs out there. Job security at Auburn first, and do you think if you're Brian Harsin, you would look at Arizona State with their unstable situation it is with the NCAA looming, and you don't know what conference, how your whole conference is going to look down the road? You first.
I think I would take my buyout, take a year off, and wait.
There's a chance. I don't know how Harsin was liked, how what he's thought of at Boise, but I mean, if you really liked it there, there's a chance you could get the buyout and be the head coach at Boise. This has not worked out with Andy Avalos.
It has not.
I said
I don't know if
this.
I don't know if you pulled the chute after 2 years of that.
Auburn fans were a little upset with me when I said this.
No, you were right.
I said he did a B job at an A school with Boise State.
Yeah.
And I never understood why everybody, well, not everybody, where some people thought he was going to be successful taking this job.
Yeah. So I don't know.
And you're not the only person that said that. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Dennis Dodd who says, I think it was Dennis that said, I fully expect him, or maybe it was Stuart Mendel. Somebody I read said, I fully expect him to end up back at Boise someday.
And again, I don't know, did people get pissed that he left to go to Auburn? I have no idea. I don't really know how all that played out. So I don't know the temperature for him there. But my point is, it has not worked with Andy Avalos.
No.
And you could
Not
turn
yet.
back. Arizona State's an unknown. You don't know what conference you're going to be in. You don't know that you're going to have the funding you need. Can I get $4.5 million a year and live on my Auburn buyout? If I can do that. And I wonder if it's offset. If the Auburn buyout's not offset, I'm getting all that money no matter what I make.
Well, what could happen, if in a perfect world, I think for Brian Harsin, because you don't want to be out of coaching, long with a bad last
Right.
last
Yeah, you don't
look.
want to be forgotten.
Right.
If Auburn doesn't want to pay $16 million, which is what he's owed, how about if you say, listen, let's end this now, $8 million, you pay it all in full, I'll cut it loose half, and I go take another job somewhere else, whether it be at Home Depot or Arizona State.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, and that cuts the check for the yellow guy. It cuts his payment in half, and it allows Harsin to move on with his life. So, a lot of things can happen, or Auburn could start winning football games.
Yeah, well, that's not going to happen.
Well, it may Saturday.
Well, it might
I
Saturday.
mean, I don't know. There are no givens anymore. Even Western Kentucky, I keep saying this. Everybody keeps just throwing that in the win column. There are 0 givens left on the Auburn schedule.
Yeah, let's not forget San Jose State lost by a possession.
Yeah.
Western Kentucky would beat San Jose State by double digits.
Yeah, there are 0 givens on the rest of the schedule. Even the tweener game between the Iron Bowl that week before the Iron Bowl, Western Kentucky, there are no givens left. So Auburn can lose absolutely any game left on their schedule.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to surprise you guys, but they still flick the Birmingham News out, the Sunday edition. Do you guys still get it?
It hadn't been in my driveway in quite a while.
I decided just to peel it open to see what they were saying about Harsin, and Joseph Goodman wrote this piece, and he said, I'm looking at it right now, Auburn trailed Penn State 14-6 at halftime, but presumably the only halftime adjustments Harsin managed were fixing his hair in the mirror and maybe ripping off a few arm curls for the cameras.
Ripping off a few arm curls. That's sad.
Jay Price asked, what's the buyout at the moment? My understanding is $16 million.
I mean, that's pretty good to walk away and not coach again.
Okay. Coming up, we'll get into what other stuff we saw this weekend, including Alabama doing what they're supposed to do to ULM, but Aaron Suttle writes in the morning rounds, competitive toughness is still to be determined about this team. So not really a wow moment, even though it was 63-7 Alabama over ULM with Vandy coming to town, and Arkansas on the horizon. Arkansas looked beatable this weekend. We'll talk about everything we saw with best and worst of the weekend coming up. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at mybookie.ag.
Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers, Mac Jones and Lamar Jackson. It's the show of the young guns and the old guard. Week 3 of the NFL. Nothing makes those matchups more exciting than having skin in the game at mybookie.ag. Week 4 college football kicking off as well. We got a Thursday nighter done away. We do. West Virginia, Virginia Tech.
Yeah, a couple of them.
The Battle of the Virginias. We've also got Coastal and Georgia State Thursday night. It all starts there, and getting started with mybookie.ag is quite simple. Sign up today. Use promo code NEXTROUND. That is next round. You will double your first deposit instantly. That promo code again is next round. Double that deposit up to $1,000 with mybookie.ag. This is not your grandfather's bookie. This is my bookie. Put your money where your mouth is. Get rewarded for it. Start your winning season today exclusively at mybookie.ag. Do not forget that code next round with mybookie.ag.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 in Pelham or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Glad to have Rockstar back. Tyler, the intern, right behind him there. Tyler, thanks for being with us. Tyler did a wonderful job, Rockstar, on Friday without you. We haven't had a chance in person on the air to tell you how much we loved Meadows by Morning, the Meadows Golf Course. Meadows by Morning was a big hit.
Thank you. And thanks Sterling from Champies. He helped co-write that bad boy. And so he's also had the Landmine song. He may have one prepared for Lance. We don't know yet. That may be coming soon.
I can't wait.
Floribama by morning. Floribama tonight.
Just keep redoing the song.
I sent a text to our buddy Paul yesterday. I got my Amex statement over the weekend, and I opened it up yesterday morning. And you want to,
Mr. Taylor, congrats on your move to Orange Beach, Alabama.
Do you want to guess how many transactions? And there were some on the one before it was the split transaction. So the first transactions were Floribama, and I forgot how many were on the last statement. Do you want to guess how many were on this statement?
26.
23.
Wow.
Wow. Can I ask? Is that the LT or the DBL?
No, it's my statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. How many on the other one when Brown and I were with you?
None.
None? We didn't throw any on that?
No.
Oh, I thought we threw some on that,
No,
too.
we might have done one dinner on that.
Okay. Fun trips at Floribama, maybe a new one coming soon. Every Monday on the show, we do a little best and worst of the weekend. It's brought to you by our friends Adam and Chad and the folks at Hemp Hill Services. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill. Disaster can strike. Rockstar's dealt with that disaster a couple of times in his home. And the folks
Just
at Hemphill
nonstop.
are always there for you, right?
Yeah, but it's just nonstop. Always something.
It's always something.
At the old
but
Henniger house.
You need to get it fixed right, and fixed the first time. Browning?
No, I've got my best. Can I go first?
No, let me finish
Oh.
this one. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, all of a sudden with the Dan Patrick Show. Brown's a Danette over there.
I got my best.
Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. 229-2090. Just remember the name Hemphill. Let's see if I can make Brown's hand. Let's see if I can break Brown's hand go down real quick. Best and worst of the weekend. Only college now, no NFL.
Bro, did you see real quick? Did you see the Dolphins come back? Tua looked great.
Yeah.
By the way.
What was your best of the weekend, Brown?
Did you see the Dolphins come back?
I'm not going to read the text you were sending.
No, I was pissed. I'm not gonna lie. I was so upset, especially with our defense. What did I say in text?
Let me see if I can pull him up.
I don't like our defensive coordinator, Josh Boyer. If that's what you're going to pull up to try to burn me on text, I don't.
I'm not trying to burn you on text.
Trent
I think,
Green,
I think text should be private.
As Trent Green, as the Ravens are executing their opening offensive drive after returning the opening kickoff, 10:35 LT off the clock in their opening offensive drive. 10:35. And they cut to Josh Boyer in the sidelines, and Trent Green tells us what a great defensive coordinator is. I'm like, Trent, look at the freaking field. It's a 10:35 drive they're putting on us. How are you talking about how great this guy is? I don't like him. But, buddy, our offense.
Well, look, I mean, Tyreek, this is why he got the money he got. And then Jalen Waddle, I think, is going to be Julio Jones-like in this regard. He's going to have a better pro career than he had college career.
Maybe so, and he had a really good college career.
The injury kind of hurt.
Yeah, it did, but that's not as if he had a bad college career. Jalen Waddle was really good.
But I will tell you, and I said that I sent the tweet out last week after week number 1. The NFL never disappoints. Yesterday afternoon, morning, everything was incredible. These comebacks, and for you guys to be down 21 in the fourth quarter,
you never see it
against that Ravens defense.
Yeah, on the road.
So teams leading by 21 or more in the fourth quarter had won how many consecutive games?
I think it was 753. Is that right?
711.
711.
711.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's hard to blow a 21-point lead in the NFL.
You don't get that many possessions.
That's what I was going to say. You're lucky to get 3 possessions. And Miami, scored 4 touchdowns.
Well, I thought the turning point, and I told you, and look, you watched the entire game. I had it on one of the secondary TVs because I was watching your Bucks and the Saints, which was one of the best 3-3 games that I had ever seen through 3 quarters. Yeah. It really was.
It was chippy, a lot of hard hits. It was
the hardest hit was Mike Evans on Marshawn Lattimore. But back to it, it was 4th and 1, and they had the ball on y'all's 40, Brown, with about 9 minutes to go, and they were up 14.
Yeah.
And if they get that, I think they go on and win that game.
Yeah, but that was just remarkable to watch that type of comeback. And I generally do not like it when the Dolphins are the local game on CBS 42. But because it was the local game on CBS 42, my phone was blowing up that whole fourth quarter. And I apologize. I tried to text everybody back, but I was having to ignore it. I was living and dying with every play. But I guess that was the one time I was happy it was on CBS 42 that you all got to watch it. And I don't know that they're going to do that moving forward. That game was only on in Alabama, Miami, and Maryland. That's the only places that game was even on to start the day. Now everybody went to it when it got good. So I don't know that Birmingham. I don't know if 42 is going to give you a heavy dose of the Dolphins because all the Alabama guys. I really don't know.
Who was the announcer in that?
Kevin Harlan. He was
so good. That's a big crew.
He's so good on those comebacks, though. Kevin Harlan is.
Yeah, that's it's a big crew to have. That's such a small footprint in the nation there. So that's Brown's best of the weekend. Pull up the folks in the chat room there. Let's get some of their best and worst of the weekend. After LT tells us about the fine folks at Precision Sports.
Yeah, I was going to ask you guys something. I've got a Fox question that you guys will probably be able to answer after I tell you about our friends at Precision. Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers. So with Joe and Troy going to ESPN,
right?
Fox's A team, I guess now is Greg Olson, Kevin Burkhardt.
It is. Well, but Olson's just holding a place for Brady.
Yeah. That is the number one crew because wherever Aaron Andrews and Rinaldi is, that's the number one crew.
Yeah, they could give. I mean, they were stuck with their analyst because Brady is going to be the analyst, so they kind of have to have a placeholder, which is Greg Olson.
I thought Olson didn't do bad.
No, I don't mind Olson. I think Burkhart's okay.
He's a great story, though.
It's just an amazing from what you had at Fox to what your A team is now.
But you got to go somewhere. I mean, somebody's got to earn that spot.
And you got to think Aaron Andrews and Tom Rinaldi. They get paid a ton to really do not a lot.
To do nothing. She took Jarvis Landry and Tyrann Mathieu. I saw this pregame to some local joint in New Orleans and, ate a bunch of fried food with them.
Yeah, but once the game starts, you rarely see Aaron or Rinaldi. Not a ton at all. Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by Hemphill. Run through a few of those, Brownie.
Let's see. The worst, I did not see a best from Walker. Walker, I apologize if I missed your best, but his worst, Nick Chubb scoring versus the Jets. If he just goes down, the Browns can run the clock out. It's game awareness, LT, and even still, it's hard to put that on Nick Chubb because of the way your defense played the rest of the game.
There's less than 2 minutes to go, really 90 seconds. And, last year Chubb did this. A 60-yard run, he goes out of bounds on the 1-yard line. They take 3 knees, game's over. So he had the awareness there. The difference here is you got 90 seconds to go. If Cade York makes the extra point, it's a 14-point game. It's impossible to lose a game like that.
But your defense lets a receiver get out to practice early. You get the touchdown. Then your special teams gives up an onside kick. I mean, it's hard to put all that on Nick Chubb when all that happened after that. But, yes, if Nick Chubb goes down, they win the game. I mean, you do have to have that game awareness. LT's neighbor the best is Tyreek's post-game interview about the wheelbarrow. Tyreek last week made a comment about Mike McDaniel's anatomy. He doubled down on it with Tua's anatomy this week, saying Tua will need a wheelbarrow for his. I hope Tyreek Hill is right about that. Gaston's best of the weekend, the spectacular explosion of Auburn. I'm assuming Gaston's an Alabama fan. My 2 favorite teams every weekend, Alabama and whoever's playing Auburn.
There were, Penn State has, I think, one local kid from the area, so there were some Alabama and Penn State fans in the area down at Auburn this weekend. But the Penn State group always travels well. I mean, they not only had their section fully full at Jordan-Hare Stadium, but you could tell they had bought a couple of pocket seats from Auburn fans on the open market.
Yeah.
Well, they're excited. Penn State fans are, and they got Michigan coming on for a couple of weeks. I don't know how you guys feel about Penn State. I think if you continue to give Singleton his touches, Sean Clifford doesn't turn the football over, I think it would be a pretty good team. Just don't know if they're Michigan ready yet.
Steven, his best of the weekend is Kentucky. The Wildcats of Kentucky, his best of the weekend. Kenneth Maximum says strong performance by UK for sure. I mean, when you look at the rest of that division now.
I mean, they played Youngstown State.
Tennessee's really good, but I'm just,
Well, somebody asked yesterday, who was that third best team in the SEC? People continue to, that's that question. It's got to be Arkansas or Kentucky.
I don't know. You don't put Tennessee in that discussion?
Yeah, I guess Tennessee.
I would put Tennessee.
I mean, I've been going Tennessee since they beat Pitt or even before that. I think it's Tennessee.
I don't know.
He said what? Says, why don't you want Dolphins on local TV, Brownie? Embarrassed, saving Tua love for yourself. I don't get it. No, I don't like it because
his phone blows up. Right.
Well, you get a bunch of hot takes on Twitter from people that never watch the games, and they watch one game and make all these sweeping, comments. I don't care. I watch them whether it's on Sunday Ticket or 42. I'm watching it either way. I just don't like all the hot takes from people. Well, you haven't seen one game they've played all year. You're going to watch this one game and make all these sweeping, comments. I just don't like that. That's why I don't like when they're on local TV.
I mean, for instance, way behind in the first half, I hate our defensive coordinator.
Right.
Or, come back and win the game, love this team. I mean, those are sweeping hot take comments.
It's true. You said both.
I watch every game they play, that way. That's my point, is I have the basis of information to make all these observations. Yes.
Yeah. That is good ball talk right there, man.
Yeah.
I hate this defensive coordinator. Oh, really? You're down 35-7. Good call.
They never got to 35 to
28-7.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Dave, best, the great football all weekend, the worst, the Raiders tanked the season, fire McDaniels, cut Carr, draft Bryce.
I had to rework my entire 4 downs because it was centered on Cliff Kingsbury and that job. And then they come back, which was just amazing. And I'll tell you this, and I got to pull this because a buddy of mine, and I saw where Vegas had so many big swings yesterday afternoon where people were like loading up on teams in the fourth quarter. So a buddy of mine, this is crazy, put a $1,732 18 parlay in that would have paid him $20,000.
And he only needed.
So he had Oregon money line, NC State money line, or NC State minus 6.5. He had Washington money line, A&M money line, Ole Miss money line, USC money line, and then 2 NFL teams, the Raiders and the 49ers. Pays $20,000. He sends me a text, should I hedge on this bet? I said, 49ers are not going to lose to the Seahawks. I said, the Raiders aren't going to lose to the Cardinals. The Cardinals are terrible. So it came down to the Raiders and the way he lost that.
Woo.
So that's a $22,000 swing.
That is awful. You know, we spent all the time in the postseason or in the preseason talking about how good that AFC West is going to be, and Las Vegas is now 0-2. Denver looks like they've got a high school coach trying to coach an NFL game. We might have oversold that division a little bit. I still think the Chargers and Chiefs are good.
Yeah, I think Chargers Chiefs are really good.
Much more best and worst of the weekend from you guys. We'll get you guys involved in the conversation. If you want to do it on phone, 205-734-0923. That's a lot of our best and worst of the weekend there in that segment. All you when we come back. The show being brought to you in part today by the great folks at NASCAR. You guys have a chance to go see them out there at Talladega coming up in October.
That's right. And you can win tickets from us as well. Sunday, October 2nd is the Yellowwood 500. The weekend starts Friday, September 30th. Guarantee your spot in the stands and your campground spot, your garage passes, all of that. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. That's TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. 877-GO-TO-DEGA for tickets. See about all those great experiences like the Saturday night infield concert, Chase Rice and Bailey Zimmerman. There at Talladega, your Sunday ticket gets you in free. You can win tickets right now by going to nextroundlive.com/Dega or just on our homepage. There's a link there. Chase Elliott is the question today. The NASCAR driver and his favorite football team. Answer that correctly. You're in the drawing. We'll give away Saturday and Sunday passes there for Talladega. You get it all, though. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
And as always, we're in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio being brought to you by the great folks at Bud Light. Bud Light Next. Brewed for what's next. 0 carbs, 80 calories right now. Perfect for your tailgate. Thank you to Bud Light. A lot of great guests coming up later on the show. But back to best and worst of the weekend next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES-1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A lot of best of the weekend for Rockstar's Lions. Quickly, Rockstar, your Lions, fun team to watch, right?
I got my boy, what's his name, Amon St. Brown.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, former
Wow.
USC Trojan.
Always there, man. He's making plays for the Lions.
He won me fantasy yesterday up here.
Yeah, it looked really, really good. So does Champions Boxing. If you want to start looking good physically, they'll help you get in shape. Corner of Highway 119, Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. Fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of boxing, helping you reach your fitness goals. As we go inside the gym here, you see what it's like to participate in one of these classes right here to get a good workout in. You can't imagine the stamina it takes to keep on that bag or get in the ring there. You can call 205-358-8176, 358-8176, or just stop by and check them out behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. Ages 7 and up, 6 USA boxing certified trainers. It's not a fight club, but man, you'll enjoy your time working off the stress on those heavy bags there and getting it all done right there. And check them out on Facebook. And also on Instagram, Champions Boxing AL, Champions Boxing AL, Highway 31, 119, right behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. It's Champions Boxing. More of the best and worst of the weekend as we keep rolling along. Steve, worst of the weekend, all things Auburn. Best of the weekend, Kansas off to a 3-0 start. I don't think it's a good Kansas team, but they've got a really exciting quarterback for sure.
Jalen Daniels, really good. 5 total touchdowns this past week. They're about a 9.5-point favorite, 8.5-point favorite over Duke. Good chance to go 4-0.
I wish game day had gone to Kansas Duke. I don't even know where they're going, but it'd be funny if they'd go to Kansas Duke.
Bama fan, 1972, best of the weekend, the Dolphins. The worst was UCLA costing him the pick 3. Both Troy and South Alabama had a chance to pull big upsets this weekend and blew them in the last seconds.
Yeah, should have won. You know, we talked about this in the post game, the way Kane Womack handled the ending of that game really cost South Alabama. And then the Appy State, I mean, I give them credit. It was a great design on the Hail Mary, but that's just one of those you shouldn't be beat on.
I think Troy taking the safety, though, was the right call. I don't know if you've been able to go back and look at that, but your Rams did
the
it
same
yesterday.
thing.
Yeah.
And I called that before. I said, don't put the punter out there.
Yeah.
I thought it would be Cooper Kupp. They bring Brandon Powell in. He could have run a little bit more time, but I think that's the way to do it.
I think that's the way you have to do that. You can't risk punting out of your own end zone late like that.
Smuff says best of the weekend was the App State-Troy game ending. It was incredible. Hats off to the Auburn scoreboard operator who put that up during a timeout right when they were about to make the play, and when everybody inside Jordan-Hare Stadium got to watch it live. His worst of the weekend, Ozzie Albies coming back for just 2 games before breaking his finger, ending his regular season.
I hate that for him, too.
Yeah.
Such a good player, but he cannot stay on the field right now.
Could come back maybe for the playoffs. Riley, best is the display of depth in the Alabama running back room. Worst was Dunaway landmining Bryce into 2 interceptions. I did fall out of the knockout interception pool that we all had up here very quickly.
Yeah, only you and Brown are out now, so we've still got 4 allowed.
My selection, I didn't know we were doing it Friday, but my selection was going to be Cade Bullard Ballard from Army. Did I get him?
He's not Power 5.
He was not option. He was not an option for you.
You got Dylan Gabriel. He survived.
Yeah, I like your play. I think Dylan Gabriel's better.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Who's he play for?
Oklahoma.
Oh,
they roasted Nebraska.
D. Gabes.
Yeah, D. Gabes.
Ken did say best of his weekend was Rockstar's Lion, so a lot of people giving you some love there. Mark says best of the weekend, the LSU defense. Boy, I tell you what, there you go. There's that Mike Leach stinker that he'll throw out there with that offense, boy, and it happened in Baton Rouge.
Well, I want to give a little more credit to Brian Kelly and how well they played after they were down 13-0. I mean, they run off a 31-3 run to end that game, and I thought Jaden Daniels played well, not only throwing the football, 22 of 37, but also 93 yards on the ground.
Yeah, it was a you had a lot of the 4th downs by Mike Leach, kind of some odd calls. It was not a great Leach game. I mean, I'm with Lance. I know you want us to take the L on Mike Leach. I know that was the purpose behind your comment there. And
no, I was just saying that's a bad loss. It happens
yeah.
occasionally for him, but he'll take a team of ragtags and beat a good team occasionally.
But I also, and while you're right, it was not a great Mike Leach game. I'm with Lance. You got to give Brian Kelly credit. They coached a phenomenal football game.
They've gotten a lot better. Yep. I think if they go back and play Florida State, they would definitely win that game. Mississippi State's been so good on 3rd downs. They were 3 of 14, and I'll tell you that the momentum swing in that game. They're up 13-7, and Austin Williams muffs that punt on his own 10. And then LSU gets in, goes up 14-13. Muff punt was a killer.
Josh's worst of the weekend is an Auburn team on the field that played with 0 fight. He says he's seen Auburn teams highs and lows. He's never seen one. He's not using the word quit, but he's indicating quit during a game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I would, watching that game, would have said they quit. That should have been I go back to that Popo hit. That should have been a tone setter in that game.
I thought it was going to be.
I did too. And Penn State should have never stood a chance after that. I know that's just one play, but it got the crowd into it. Then you stop them on that immediate 4th down. That should have been a tone setter in that game. This Auburn team lacks the killer instinct to make it so.
His best of the weekend is Spencer Strider being the first Braves rookie with 200 strikeouts in the season. That guy has been mowing them down. Nick, best of the weekend, just good football all weekend long. Worst, found out that DirecTV didn't give me Sunday Ticket again this year, and I couldn't watch 49ers. Time to cut ties with DirecTV. Apparently, Sunday Ticket had some issues.
Well, I think, and Trace said that in the chat room as well, like, Brown, you better be glad it was on 42. Sunday Ticket had, I think, streaming issues. You can stream it on. That's one thing I like about Sunday Ticket. You stream it on your phone anywhere. I watched it fine. I had all the games I wanted. So,
well, I'm glad this didn't happen to me. But Drew, my buddy that's a Cardinals fan, he sent me a text and he said, "Are your Rams on local?" And I was like, "No, they're not." And he was like, "Well, it's blacked out on my Sunday Ticket."
Ooh, I don't know. Every game I tried to watch, I had no issue.
I didn't have any
Sunday
issues
Ticket.
either.
Yeah. More best and worst of the weekend after LT tells you about our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. Thanks to the tailgates I stopped by that were serving up Redmont, and I had a chance to see Charles Barkley and the folks from Redmont Distilling down at the game.
Locally owned and operated, as you mentioned, Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka, their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, including Pink Package, the beverage place, ABC stores, available in 20 states. Ask for it by name. It's Redmont Vodka.
All right, some more quick reaction from you guys over the weekend. Mark says, best of the weekend, Michael Penix Jr. I'll go Gus. Michael Penix Jr.
Boy, that was an impressive win by Washington. Michigan State just completely outclassed in that game.
Yeah, Michael Penix Jr., again, we talked about this on the post game. He looks like the Michael Penix that, Indiana won 9 or 10 games a couple of years ago. He looks healthy, and he looks like a guy that has gotten a lot more accurate.
Keep in mind, there are no divisions this year in the Pac-12, so it's the two best teams. That's going to be an interesting race. Oregon's got some life. Utah is still Utah. Washington looks like they've got a little life. USC looks really good.
Oregon State.
Yeah, Oregon State. That's an interesting conference race there.
Trip, worst of the weekend, BYU, a no-show in Eugene, and Sparty getting worked by Washington. His best is Georgia. Let's go BYU first. That probably ends their playoff hopes. I don't know if they'll lose more games. Possibly they got a tough schedule. But they did. They got absolutely worked by good Bo Nix.
Yeah, and that's as good as I've seen Bo Nix play. And that's what's got to be frustrating for Auburn fans. And I know Auburn fans he was such a polarizing guy when he was your starting quarterback, but so much better than anything you've got. And Bo goes out, 13 of 18, 222 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, ran for 3 touchdowns, 5 total touchdowns.
Never had a 5-touchdown game at Auburn, I don't think.
He did not. That was career high for him.
So maybe the best he's ever looked.
And they win that game by 21, and they were -1 in turnovers and still dominated.
Yeah. And I will tell you, his other end of that, his best, Georgia, they went and worked South Carolina.
They're so good.
South Carolina.
And this is not going to get any different. It looks like there's separation between Georgia and everybody else. And when you look at Georgia's schedule, LT, they don't play another team really with a good pulse until Florida.
Yeah,
I mean, they're just going to dominate teams.
Again, Heisman
and
ballot.
I include Auburn in that group.
Heisman ballot right now, I would have Stetson Bennett 1,
playing,
probably Caleb Williams 2 for USC. But you look at Stetson Bennett in 2022, he's 65 of 88, completing right around 75% of his passes, 8 total touchdowns, 0 turnovers.
Yeah.
He's been great.
We'll get back into more specifics of all the games over the weekend, more in-depth reaction to some of this. But just really great participation by you guys always on our Hemp Hill best and worst of the weekend. Keep those rolling in. We'll go back to them as we move throughout the show. The lineup coming up on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, John Samuel Shenker. He'll be with us at 10:25. Joel Klatt joins the show at 11 o'clock. We'll ask Joel how Gus is doing, maybe get an update there. Nick Saban's news conference at 12 noon today as the Tide gets ready for the SEC opener against Vanderbilt at Bryant-Denny Stadium. The show being brought to you by Johnston RV.
Hey, thank you, LT. We had a good time out there at Johnston, didn't we? Dunaway.
Just great people.
They are.
And the donuts were incredible.
I was about to say, Dunaway, you missed some of the best donuts I've ever had.
Shout out to Bigfoot's Little Donuts is what they call it.
So good. JohnstonRVCenter.com is where you get to see more. We were at the Coleman location with the family there, I-65 exit 304, and that's what it is. It's a family. It's just a family operation there, and they do a tremendous job. 334 in Decatur as well, and we were seeing it in progress. They were getting rid of those 2022s while we were there to make room for the 23. So you know you're going to get a great deal, including with that closeout pricing, travel trailers as low as $139 a month, the fifth wheel starting at $329 a month, 10% down and approved credit. You can get in those right now and save big at Johnston RV Center. See more at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 now here on the Next Round, Monday knee-jerk reaction of Week 3 going to Week 4. Still got NFL football happening tonight. 2 games, in fact. I'll tell you what those are after I tell you that the headlines are brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness. Okay, let's start. Okay, if you're overweight, if you want to just lose a few pounds, if you want to feel better about yourself, if you want to get your blood pressure in check, if you want to get your cholesterol in check, extend your life, all that can happen with our friends at Way to Wellness. Here's the website, aplanforme.com. You just type in aplanforme.com. It'll take you to the Way to Wellness website. Leslie and her board-certified team there will take care of you. No cookie-cutter plan. They design everything specifically for you. It is an easy way to get your life back. I'm about to restart it again because I gained 15 pounds this year, getting off the plan and just drinking and eating my you-know-what off on the golf course. So they can help you maintain it. They can help you lose that weight and get everything back in check. Aplanforme.com. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and a free consultation. Do it today. Aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. 2 games tonight. Titans and Bills, 6:15 on ESPN. Then Vikings and Eagles, 7:30 on ABC. Truthfully, 4 teams with the 4 teams that think they should be in the playoffs this year.
Yeah. I mean, look, a lot of people, the favorite right now in Vegas to win the NFC East is the Philadelphia Eagles. the Vikings after that Week 1 performance, what they did to Green Bay. Kevin O'Connell looks like he's got a squad there. Obviously, the Bills are viewed as the best team in football. Then the Titans, when you start to look around, Jaguars very impressive yesterday against Colts. Colts look bad.
Colts are awful.
Texans aren't going to be good. I mean, if the Titans don't win that division, something's wrong.
Yeah.
Herm Edwards fired at Arizona State. It had become obvious at some point that it wasn't if Herm would be fired, but when, and the when became very quick, which is, I don't know if it's surprising or not, but it had to be tough for the athletic director, who was his longtime friend and agent, which is how he got the job to begin with.
Yeah, it was a weird hire from the beginning. Actually, more success early than I had ever dreamed he would have.
Agree.
But then you get on the wrong side of the NCAA with the improper visits during COVID, and you start losing more games. It was just inevitable that it was going to happen.
Yeah.
But I hate it. You know, I mean, we are so biased on Coach Herm here because he came on the show forever before taking that job to talk NFL, and I'd love to have him back. I hope he gets back talking NFL sometimes because we love Coach Herm.
Brian Harson's name, one of many being mentioned for that Arizona State opening. Pete Thamel actually put him, I don't know if Pete did it in order or what, but of the Pete Thamel ESPN list he sent out, he had Harsin number 1 ahead of Kalani Sitake, who wouldn't take that job, by the way. BYU's
that was a weird
job.
name. Yeah, BYU's a better job.
Yeah, absolutely. Nebraska, who's looking, had Oklahoma, Nebraska in Lincoln, which also brought Urban Meyer and the Big Noon Kickoff pregame show to town. And, there was discussion of Trev Alberts and Urban Meyer getting together and talking. Dennis Dodd reported that Nebraska had contacted Urban Meyer. Pete Thamel says, no, there was no contact between Nebraska and Urban Meyer, which has to be just utter bullcrap because Urban Meyer was in. I mean, you can't say no contact because Urban Meyer was in Lincoln.
Literally in the press box, like when Gus had to bow out for the second half, Klatt has to take the game over, which Klatt did a phenomenal job. We'll talk to him about that later. But Brady Quinn first comes up. And then out of the blue, Urban shows back up. And I'm thinking, I bet they had to drag Urban out of Trev Albert's box.
Yeah.
And if I'm Trev, I wouldn't let him leave.
Yeah, 1 degree of separation. I was talking to somebody last night that knows somebody that's linked into Nebraska, and they swear, you hear this all the time, that Urban Meyer is interested in that job.
Well, he may be. I don't know that you could trust anything Urban says about jobs.
Just don't know if I would believe that based on the fact that, how winnable. And Urban Meyer is one of those guys that can win most places. I just don't know if Nebraska's that place right now.
Yeah, it would take, I think, a coach like Urban Meyer or Nick Saban that can recruit based on what they've done in the past, I think, to sort of wake up the echoes there in Nebraska. We'll see what happens with that search that is still out there. But can we just say, Arizona State, Nebraska, is there an advantage to be gained right now? Let's use Arizona State for an example.
4 downs question coming up.
Okay. Is there an advantage to be – is that it? Is there an advantage to fire somebody now?
No. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I've just got a 4 downs question with Arizona State and Nebraska in
okay.
it. Yeah.
Let's use Brian Harsin as an example. If Brian really wanted that job and Arizona State really wanted him, Brown, would there be an advantage for Harsin to give Auburn a discount on the buyout, go ahead and go take that Arizona State job, and they make that announcement now and start recruiting and whatever?
Yeah,
just take the job over now?
I don't know how legal all that is on the start recruiting. I don't know. You just wonder if you're Arizona State. Now, if Brian Harsin's like your top target, yeah. But if you're Arizona State and you're like, I'd really like to see who's interested in this job, are you able to do that right now? Do you get a good read from agents right now? You know what I'm saying? Right. That would be the drawback on that plan.
Well, my problem always is, Brown, I said that off mic to start with. My problem always is how many people then start using your job that's open to start getting their guy a raise.
That's going to happen.
To me, that's what always happens when you're the first few jobs on the market. Right. Then all of a sudden you have good coaches who need a raise whose name starts being mentioned at Nebraska, at Arizona State. That's what scares me about. Like if Auburn pulled the plug on Harsin today, you would have a lot of people's name mentioned, and I would feel like half of them would be just using Auburn to get a raise where they're at.
Yeah, I see that. And I've never understood really firing the coach in the middle of the season because I really don't know what you gain by that.
Yeah. Unless you come in and literally take it over right now, because we've never fired people this early in the year before. But now we're
second week.
But now we're doing that, right? So why would you not just go ahead? If you got a guy, let him come on in and start coaching.
You fire people to get people, like if you're Trev Alberts, you fire Scott Frost just so you don't have to hear it anymore. And the boosters get rid of them so people quit blowing their phone up about it. Because you're right, there's no advantage to be gained. There's no advantage for Arizona State to fire Herm except for that AD is under fire, right?
Yeah, but you just don't answer your damn phone at that point. You got to don't answer the phone.
Yeah.
Buckshot Walker. You know who wants that Nebraska job? Mickey Joseph. You know who's not getting that job?
Mickey Joseph. That was a horrible first interview.
They're up 7-0. Now they ended
7-0 and it's third and 10?
Yeah.
And they let Dylan Gabriel go, 67 yards?
Yeah, 66 yards.
You saw what he did yesterday, though, right? He fired his defensive coordinator.
Oh, yeah. I mean, are you going to fire the entire staff?
I don't know. Who's left?
So Taylor Corn, our social media director, big Auburn fan, we had her on the post game, but she asked me in break, she said, who would be the interim coach?
We're at Auburn?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, your two coordinators are the, obviously, Boise State guys. I saw somebody joking, I think, say, I think Cadillac Williams could get us more wins as the interim than Harsin could.
I really don't know who your interim would be.
Yeah,
You're not going to give it to one of the Boise guys.
Well, you generally do that. You generally go coordinator. Well, I mean, who would you go with?
I don't know.
Cadillac?
Or Zach Etheridge?
Ike Hilliard?
I really don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'd give it to
Well,
one of the guys that love Auburn. I'd give it to Cadillac or Zach.
Ike Hilliard played at Florida.
I know, but I'd give it to somebody that loved Auburn.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know where you would go with that. Yeah. I mean, again, Brian Harsin hasn't been fired, and interim coach is one of the most meaningless things in the world. Vast majority of the time, they're not getting the gig.
Like every next game is going to be his biggest game, but if he loses to Missouri, I think he gets fired on Saturday.
He probably could, yeah.
Yeah. You heard from Brian Harsin after the game talking about his job security. He's just going to coach the guys. We'll get into some more of the games, and we'll talk to John Samuel Shenker about what's next for Auburn coming up in the next segment. But more college football right here in this segment after Brownie tells you about our friends at mybookie.ag.
Mybookie.ag is where you can go. You got 2 Monday Night Football games tonight. The NFL weekend isn't quite over yet, but next weekend, looking ahead, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers playing. Mac Jones against Lamar Jackson, a couple of the young guns. Week 3 of the NFL featuring the old guard and some of the young guns. You can get skin in the game with mybookie.ag. Week 4 of college football. West Virginia at Virginia Tech. Coastal Carolina at Georgia State starting the Thursday night slate. MyBookie.ag has super contests, survivor pools, double deposit bonus right now that gets you started. You can use promo code NEXTROUND at MyBookie.ag when you sign up. They will double that deposit bonus up to $1,000 with promo code NEXTROUND at MyBookie.ag. Not your grandfather's bookie. It's MyBookie. Put your money where your mouth is. Get rewarded for it. Start your winning season today exclusively at MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag. Do not forget the all-important promo code NEXTROUND to double your initial deposit up to $1,000.
As Sweaty says, Zach is the associate head coach.
Okay, so well then that's probably your guy.
You could go that route if you end up being there. Bo Nix, just real quick, I want you to hear Bo Nix afterwards. But he started 6 of 6 in that game, and it's easy to come here and say, well, BYU probably isn't as good as we thought they were. I don't think that's fair. Just Oregon in that setting, that was a really, really perfect setup for Oregon. And maybe Oregon isn't as bad as we thought they were after Georgia. Maybe Georgia is just going to do this to everybody, right?
I'm starting to think that.
Right, that Georgia is just going to make everybody look lost.
Well, on that schedule, yeah. I mean, look at their schedule.
Yeah, but let's don't. I mean,
I'm not dogging it. I mean, they don't make the
It's a different discussion.
But I'm just saying, they're going to continue to look great. Yes, look at who they're playing.
Well, they have played Oregon,
right? Who they dominated.
And the new Associated Press poll is back to number 15 in the country.
That was a fantastic win. My point is, there's a lot of people think there's a separation. It's going to continue to look that way with the teams Georgia's about to play. They're going to dominate.
But you don't think you're not saying you don't think Georgia is great, though.
I think Georgia is a great football team, but I think my point is the perception is going to be there's a bigger gap because of who they're about to play.
Okay, I see what you're saying. They're not about to play.
They're not playing anybody.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not their fault. They don't make this schedule.
Can I ask you guys a weird question this soon in the season? But if Alabama and Georgia go undefeated and Michigan and Ohio State go undefeated,
And
Whoever
Oklahoma
loses-
goes undefeated.
Well, whoever loses, let's just say that there's one loss with
That's
everybody
good.
else.
I know what you're about to say. Yeah.
But if Alabama, let's say, loses to Georgia and Michigan loses to Ohio State, could those two sit home for the championship games and still go to the 14 playoff and play those other two teams?
Yeah,
again?
if that's their only losses, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And just looking at it right now, I think those are the 4 best teams in college football.
Yeah, but Alabama and Georgia would be in the championship game. That'd be the only time they would play. So, but Ohio State, Michigan, absolutely could happen. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's right.
Yeah. But back to Bo and BYU, who I still think is a good football team.
I do too.
He started 6 of 6. They scored on their first 6 drives.
Mm-hmm.
First 6 drives. So Bo gets asked, and it's going to sound like Bo is bragging here, okay? So I just want to preface this by saying Bo is asked the question, was this your best game ever? All right? So,
Okay.
I mean, you're asked that question, so you got to answer the question. So when you're asked, was this your best game ever, it may come off as a little humble brag situation here. I'm just saying that up front, but I wanted to give you a little Bo Nix reaction with that Oregon backdrop out there.
I mean, it's obviously up there. I feel confident about that, but I think that I've had a few games like that just where I've been versatile, but it goes back. I couldn't have done any of it without the guys around me and the running backs. They ran hard to get us all the way down there. Our receivers did really well on the perimeter blocking, which opened up a lot of shots that we were able to connect on. And so it was obviously a really good confidence game for me. And it was just a great team win. There was nothing that I did that was anything special, and obviously it was all those guys doing most of the work themselves.
Yeah, actually the exact opposite.
Yep.
He was very humble in the answer and gave a lot of credit to his teammates.
As he got into that.
Yeah.
So the question needs to be asked now. My prediction on National Signing Day, is it back in play that Bo Nix could be in New York?
No.
They've got losses coming up.
Yeah.
Here's BYU's biggest problem.
If he reels off 5 touchdowns a game the rest of the way.
Then
And if
maybe
he does
so.
that, you come
I actually saw him on a Heisman watch list today.
There you go.
I think a lot of this is knee jerk from one game. BYU's problem, Kalani
Get on the train,
Sitake,
man. It's going to be right.
These teams have been so physical, and going back to last year, their ability to run the football with Tyler Algier. Algier is now with the Atlanta Falcons. They go 83 on the game after going 63 the week before. They just can't run the football right now. And without your
Surprised
two
at that.
best receivers, that's a problem. Jaron Hall can only do so much.
Okay, one team we haven't talked about yet I want to get to right here after Brown tells us about our friends with Alabama Power.
Jim, Alabama Power wants to remind you that timely communication more important today than ever before. They want you to know they got a lot of options when it comes to reaching them beyond just phone or mail. They offer billing alerts that notifies you of billing and payments by text or email. For more information or to sign up, alabamapower.com/myaccount.
The USC Trojans, to me, are becoming the elephant in the room, right? Oklahoma demolished Nebraska. Clemson wins again. So if you were laying out 4 teams, you always had an SEC team, Ohio State, maybe Clemson and Oklahoma, or 2 SEC teams, Ohio State, either Clemson and Oklahoma. We just didn't think that USC would be able to put it all together. But as you watch them week to week, they are getting better week to week. And that offensive line isn't bad, and that was one of the things that people said would be a downfall for USC. And their offensive play calling and what Caleb Williams is able to do, knowing that playbook, having been with Lincoln over a year, that team looks scary.
Well, look, they're plus 10 in turnovers now. The problem for USC, though, still is they can't stop the run. Now, if their offense continues to score like they are right now, they're averaging over 50 points per game, over 8 yards a play. I mean, this offense is scary good. Can't have any injuries on the offensive line because there's not a lot of depth there, but Caleb Williams is playing out of his mind. You've got 2 legitimate running backs now, Austin Jones and Travis Dye, your transfer from Oregon. You got a million receivers led by Jordan Addison, but the defense still giving up a lot on the ground. You look at Fresno State, although they got dominated, they still averaged almost 7 yards a play and over 5 yards a rush. So I'm still concerned with the defense, but it might be a situation where old school Oklahoma under Lincoln Riley, they just in conference, they outscore everyone. Once they get to the playoffs, they don't have enough balance.
You watch USC. Okay, not so fast, my friend.
Interesting road trip coming up Saturday for them.
No doubt.
Really interesting
In
road trip.
Corvallis, so at least
In
it's game
Corvallis.
day and it's big. It's a big game. It's on national TV.
No,
Everybody will be able to watch it, right?
No, Pac-12 Network.
Pac-12 Network.
Yeah, interesting road trip for them, though, in Corvallis. And I hate that game's on Pac-12 Network because I think that'll be an interesting game.
Well, what it could open the door for is for my first my first late night Saturday night trip to LT's.
No, yeah, you guys can come over.
I may have to. We could just do our post-game show from there.
Yeah, hey,
can I use one of y'all's email address, or do I need to get Lunsford to set me up another one? Well, he's going to set me one up, but he's in Vegas, right?
He is in Vegas, but I asked him to take his computer with him because he has to do so much work for us, even when he's on vacation.
So I can do a.
He's our MVP right now.
So it's what is it? Freevee or Fubo?
It's Fubo.
Fubo. So I do a 7-day free trial on Fubo and watch it at my house.
Yep.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, I was going to say you guys could all come over. We just do a broadcast from the house.
We'll think about it. We'll think about it. What time's that game kick?
It's at 8:30.
Only I gave you a sheet each week.
I'm supposed to go to this wedding though that we talked about.
Yeah,
really
controversial. I mean, this is so ridiculous.
Okay, first of all, why don't you tell us about gutter cap and then tell us about this wedding? We need a vote. John Samuel Shenker.
I know the way the vote's going to go.
We're going to have to hold off
about it.
We're going to have to
hold
off. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have to do that later.
205-823-2212. Chris Stewart, gutter cap, 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. And right now, 45% off the retail price for all the next round viewers and listeners. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out. If you want to eliminate gutter cleaning forever, it's back with a lifetime warranty. Call today. Cap it. Don't snap it. Don't mess with a dangerous ladder. 205-823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Okay, 2 poll questions to throw out. Little T out in the lobby, Taylor Corn, our social media. 1, phrase it. Should LT go to this wedding thing?
I mean, it's a football season wedding. Should LT go to a wedding this weekend? Yes or no?
Because of his roommate wants him to go. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
he's trying to be nice to
I think all of
the
that,
significant other.
All of that's off the table. Should he go to a wedding? Yes or no? It's a very simple question.
I don't think I should. It got brought up again last night at dinner. And look, and it's going to be very hypocritical if I do because there's a lot of weddings I've skipped out on.
That's right. Yes.
I don't know why this is such a sensitive subject for her because it's one of her high school best friends.
This is where you lay this down.
Yeah,
I'm not doing it.
And the second one in the Cowan Equipment poll question was Dunaway's pick of Georgia Tech his worst pick ever?
Yes.
I mean,
yes or no?
It's in the running for my worst pick ever.
Yeah, and the reason because you were so confident.
I was so confident.
It was like not only are they going to cover the 16.5, it went off at 17, but they're going to win the game.
Win the game outright, and then they were just the opposite. They got motorboated at home.
They did.
It was horrible.
It was over quick. They scored 14 of the fastest points you will ever see.
I mean, on the fly, who gets fired first, Jeff Collins or Brian Horse?
Yeah, it could be Jeff Collins. So there you go. That's the other poll question brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment LT.
If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale. Now visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Back with you. We're about to talk to John Samuel Shenker in just a second as we get ready for our weekly visit with him. I was down at Auburn this weekend. Thank you so much for all the great love we had down there for the Next Round and what we're doing here, and also to the Collegiate Hotel, who allowed us to jump on top of their roof for the pregame show. What a nice place there to get a pregame cocktail or to stay over the weekend to watch that. The show today being brought to you, Brown, in part by a couple of folks, including our friends at NASCAR, who's ready to go racing out at Talladega.
You can win tickets, nextroundlive.com/Dega. Answer the question about a NASCAR driver and their favorite football team. You get it right. We're giving away Saturday and Sunday passes. You can go see the 2022 Yellowwood 500 for yourself Sunday, October 2nd. The weekend starts Friday the 30th. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Chase Rice in concert. Bailey Zimmerman in concert Saturday night. Sunday ticket gets you into that. See all the info. Purchase tickets. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
You know, I was a little, I saw this stat today as we bring John Samuel Shenker in, Brownie, that going into November last year, Auburn was 6-2 and number 13 in the country. So with that backdrop, let's put Penn State, a nationally ranked team's loss, into context and look at the rest of the season for the Auburn Tigers.
And we'll talk some football with them. It is the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, who reminds you, decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, make sure you have a plan for the night. Decide to ride with our friends at Bud Light. John Samuel Shenker is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, my friend? How are you today? You are muted, John Samuel Shenker. You are muted.
Is that on our
There
end?
you go. No, you're all good, boss.
Okay.
How are you, man?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Listen, I mean, obviously it was a difficult loss to digest. As you've been able to step back, what can you take away from a tough loss like that Saturday?
Just very, very unclean game on both sides. I can really only speak for the offense, but looking back, I think we played the same game for the first 3 games. We played the same kind of ball. The competition just got better, and we didn't improve. I think that was a big cause for the loss. Obviously, it's only one. You don't want it to beat you twice. So big week this week to clean up those things and play clean football.
We talked about this earlier, John Samuel. The Owen Popo hit on Sean Clifford early in the game. It's the best hit I've seen college football or the NFL this year, by far. I just thought that was like that defining moment that was going to get you guys rolling in the right direction. And I don't know what your thoughts were on that, but it just seemed like the crowd, everybody was going nuts. And right after that, you get the 4th down stop, and it seemed like the momentum was going y'all's way.
Yeah, it was early on. The big thing in the first half was touchdowns in the red zone. They had 2 touchdowns. We had 2 field goals, 14-6 at half. In the second half, we came out. It was just, it was a steamroll. It was just not up to our standard at all. It kind of, in my opinion, we just came out super flat for some reason. I don't know why it was only a 1 touchdown game, but yeah, it was. I thought we had momentum early. The crowd was really into it. It was a cool environment for sure, but we just didn't play clean enough football.
What can go into settling? I hate saying settling for field goals. What can go into red zones turning into field goals and not touchdowns? That's settling, but I'm going to rephrase it differently. What turns into what causes sometimes where you have to take the field goal and not the touchdown?
Once you get in the red zone, things kind of tighten up, so windows close for quarterbacks and things like that. But you have to be able to execute in the red zone. You got the defense on their heels most of the time when you're in that situation. But we were pretty successful the first few games in the red zone. I think we were like 8 for 8, and then this past weekend we were like 0 for 4 or something. So when you get in the red zone, you have to score touchdowns, especially against good teams.
Listen, the quarterback gets blamed a lot more sometimes than they deserve, and they get more credit sometimes than they deserve. Did you feel like there was a moment in the game that you would see Calzada come into the game? Is he close to maybe being in the rotation?
I didn't think they would put him in this past week, no. Just with how last week's practice with the reps and things like that. I don't know what's going to move forward. That's Coach Harsin's decision. But whoever he puts out there, I know that's who he trusts to lead this offense. So we'll see once we start practice.
John Samuel Shenker is with us, the Auburn tight end, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. This is the next round, presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to decide to ride before you ever take that first drink. Make sure you have a solid plan. Decide to ride with our friends at Bud Light. How do you, and look, I'm not saying Ashford's going to be the guy moving forward, but he played the second half, and you've had more time on the field with TJ Finley. How do you get more reps and more comfortable as one of the primary receivers with Robbie Ashford? Are you able to do that maybe even more on the side this time of year?
I wouldn't say more on the side, but, we'll get reps with all the guys throughout practice. It doesn't really matter because we'll have individual periods with quarterbacks and things like that. So throughout practice, I get reps with most of the quarterbacks. So it's never really a shock on who's at quarterback for us because it rotates a good bit. So we'll see once we start practice tomorrow what happens. But that's really up to the coaching staff.
Yeah, and I guess I asked that question poorly, obviously. So let me kind of rephrase it, because an important thing is a quarterback and a receiver being on the same page. You don't know that till you're in a game, and you've just had less time in a game with Ashford. So I don't know how that process works, and I guess that was kind of the point of my question. Not necessarily – that wasn't a hidden question to try to get you to tip who's going to start. I wasn't trying to do that.
No, I understand. That makes sense. It can be difficult because your timing may not be down and stuff like that. I just felt like the whole game we were discombobulated. Obviously, Robbie was as well with pressure or just he wasn't comfortable. But yeah, we try our best to get as many reps as possible throughout the week, just so we're comfortable. Because he also hasn't had. I don't think he's had a start in college yet. I mean, he's had playing time, but I don't think he started yet. So, it's just trying to help that guy. If he's the guy, then, it will be necessary to get more reps with him this week.
There's been speculation about Brian Harsin's job for months now, going back to the end of last season. Obviously, coming off a loss, a 41-12 loss, there's going to be more speculation and more heat on your head coach. How big of a distraction is that for you guys, the team? I mean, do you guys talk about that? Do you just kind of, put that aside and just try to avoid listening to any of that noise?
Yeah, you can't listen to it. It's so early in the year. I mean, we were 2-1 last year as well, and like you said, we got to 6-2, and 13th in the country, and then things fell apart. So it's really early in the season. Obviously, it was a really tough loss at home, and you can't afford to have another one of those. But yeah, you can't look at that noise, especially right now. So early in the season, we start SEC ball this week against Mizzou, so just trying to flush it and get ready for Mizzou and SEC to start 1-0 in SEC play.
Take me inside just the attitude of this team after the game and meetings and now throughout the week of practice. Will you guys – you have some guys in that coaching staff that played at Auburn, that love Auburn so much. Not that Brian Harsin and the coaches from the outside don't, but there's something about it being your school. Will a guy like Zach or Carnell or somebody like that step up this week to sort of rejuice you guys? Have you seen that from those coaches in the past?
Well, we've talked to those guys in the past. We have, and just their thoughts on it. Because I think we have 4 or 5 guys that played here at Auburn. They're on staff, whether coaches or just support staff. So, yeah, we definitely conversate with those guys because they were here when we were national champs and things like that. So they understand how it's supposed to look. So we do talk to them a good bit. And obviously it comes down to the players leading, but yes, we do conversate with those guys and just hear what they have to say because they've seen a lot of football, especially here at Auburn.
I know we haven't had a ton of time together, so you don't know us very well, but you're married. Lance's girlfriend wants him to go to a wedding this weekend. It is a college football weekend. As a married man, somebody in a committed relationship, what would be your thoughts on a football season wedding and someone asking you to go?
I highly frown upon weddings in the fall. I don't. My wife actually last year, she went to a wedding at Penn State last year, so she didn't get to go to Penn State game. Yeah. But no, I'm not a huge fan of fall weddings. Yeah.
They're selfish. They're selfish.
Yeah,
I mean, I agree, and I'm going to be a hypocrite if I end up going. I'm not going to go, for the record. But I think you've got 8 other months you can place your wedding in. Stay away from football season.
But you're on the team, John Samuel. You've got a good excuse. You got to come up with a good excuse this guy can give, though, because he's not on the team.
It's football season. That's all should be said.
You couldn't go with your wife because, honey, I'm in the game. Yeah. They need me to play at Penn State. What's his excuse?
I mean, maybe just say that you're going to watch the game regardless if you're there or if you're watching at home. So, I mean, most guys do that anyways. They go to weddings. They have a phone in their lap watching the game while they're at the wedding. So, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that, honestly.
Me either. I think it's a great advice from John Samuel.
I think we all agree.
That's an SEC football player telling you this. Hey, listen, have a great week. We appreciate the time as always, and we'll catch up with you next Monday after Mizzou.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
All right, take care. That is John Samuel Shenker on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Next round presented by Bud Light, who reminds you, decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, make sure you have a solid plan. Decide to ride. Our friends at Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch remind you, always decide to ride.
All right, let's get Rockstar's viewing menu in right here. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Rocky's had some time with little baby Cord to rock in the chair and watch a little TV lately. What will you be watching tonight? Brought to you by our friends at New Life.
New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or online DanielMooreArt.com.
Real quick, I played the Alanis Morissette concert Friday, and we stayed for about 7 or 8 songs. The girl can sing. It's amazing to see that she still does it. The band was great. The audience was probably 85% female.
Saw a lot of good feedback on that concert.
She was really, really good. So I was really impressed by her.
I really wish I could have gone. It's no joke that I'm a female, but I'm a big fan of that kind of music, angry female music. I don't know why, but I've always loved that music.
Angry female music.
I'm really not shocked. I ended up going to a concert Friday night, but it wasn't that way.
Yeah.
6:15 on More Max. Besides Ozark, what do you think Laura Linney with role?
Laura Linney for me.
Truman Show for me.
Oh, good one, Brown.
Thank you.
The Life of David Gale.
Oh, with
Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, it's an okay film, but no.
You know how it ends. She puts a bag on her head.
Yeah,
all right.
And with a key on it.
Spoiler alert.
And,
All the President's Men, something like that.
No. The Truman Show from 1998 is on 6:15 at More Max, and then 7:30 on Thriller Max from 1986. Sylvester Stallone was offered the role for Beverly Hills Cop for Axel Foley. He wanted to make it more action, less comedy. They said no. They got Eddie Murphy instead. So he instead, what I wanted to do as Beverly Hills Cop, turned it into a movie called Cobra, which is really bad. So if you want to watch it, got a toothpick in his mouth. That was his version of Beverly Hills Cop. And then Peacock.
And by the way, they filmed some of that in Alabama.
Yeah.
The church scene was definitely in Alabama.
And on Peacock tonight, they are premiering The Rebirth of Quantum Leap.
Oh, it looks awful.
Yeah, The Rebirth. And I liked the old Scott Bakula show when I was a kid. I liked Quantum Leap. I guess I was a teenager.
It's not a remake. They're saying that this is... They're trying to upstart the program again. So it's a whole new cast, a whole new different characters.
The guys, what's the actor's name that played
Scott Bakula?
No, Scott Bakula was the main guy. The other guy,
the dude that died.
Yeah, Dean Stockwell.
Yeah, Dean
Stockwell played a good
Had that
part.
sweet remote.
Yeah,
with that cigar.
I mean, I like especially as a kid, the time travel stuff. But watching the trailers for this one, it looks completely terrible. Not as bad as the Love Boat, but
the Love Boat reboot. Love Boat. Tommy Firestick finished Cobra Kai this weekend, best season yet. This is the Tommy Firestick weekend coming up because USC and Oregon State's a game everyone wants to watch, and it's on the Pac-12 network. When you're looking for a somewhat gray area device, our buddy Tommy Firestick.
Somewhat gray area
I
device.
might just watch that game upstairs. Because
my gosh.
We're going upstairs, boys.
No, I've got the Fire Stick upstairs, and it's how I had to watch UCLA and Fresno last year.
And roommate's going to be at the wedding anyway, so nobody's going to be there.
It's true.
Yeah.
Her butt better be home by 8:30.
Nah, what's it matter? She had a wedding.
From the wedding.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be watching that game till midnight.
All right, that's what Rockstar is watching tonight. Right there, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Tell them again what they can get at New Life Art, my friend.
Look, they've got a special every single weekend during the fall. I will get you that special later, but I do know this, New Life Art, they've got the incredible sports moments from Daniel A. Moore for the last 40 years. Again, you can call for more information, 1-800-735-2787, or check them out online. Go to DanielMooreArt.com.
Will you read what Tommy Firestick just read? You don't have to say it out loud, but how good is he? It'll be here
great,
in time.
But my thing is I can't get behind those TVs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they are hard to get behind.
No, but I mean, seriously, it's they're up against
one in the lobby.
Yeah, I don't think I can get behind it. I mean, please do send me another one, and we'll try it. But yeah,
all right. When we come back, we'll do our 4 downs today. Have a little NFL football mixed into that. At the top of the hour, Joel Klatt joins us to talk all college football as we keep rolling on right here on the next round. Remember, hit that thumbs up button. John Adams, another movie that she was in, Rockstar. Bourne movies as well, says Muff23.
Oh, yeah, she was in the Bourne movies.
Yeah, thumbs up if you're watching us on YouTube. Like and subscribe everywhere. We're the next round, back in a second.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Unbelievable folks at Wayne's bringing you part of this segment right here. Just one thing I wanted to throw at you before you tell us about Wayne's, Brown. Anyone concerned about the Florida Gators as they go play Tennessee this weekend? They seem to be going, back it up, Terry. Beep,
put it in reverse. What you doing, Florida? They were very, very fortunate to beat South Florida at home.
Lucky to beat South Florida.
And the South Florida kicker, I mean, South Florida completely butchered their final possession. They had it down for a chip shot field goal. Got, what was a snap past the quarterback. He had to fall on it. And then they just settle for that field position and run on third down. They bring their kicker out. Horrible hold. It wasn't a bad snap, but a bad hold. And the kicker somehow managed to almost make it.
Almost.
Basically kicked the ball watermelon style off the ground and almost made it.
Yep. And I think, I'm going to speak out of turn here, but I think Del Greco told me you practice all that.
Maybe you do.
You practice kicking them watermelon sideways and all that to try to make it work. But
I don't know, but Florida was very fortunate to win that game. Tennessee, if I read this right today from our buddy Chad Withrow, as a starter, Hendon Hooker, if I read this right, 49 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Am I right about that? Is that what Withrow?
It was 30-3 last year, but maybe that was one of those picks was coming
not
in.
As a starter, yeah. So I think as a starter, he's 49-2. That is
nobody took him in our interception.
That's pretty dang good. Yep.
A little bit of trouble maybe this week for a team that seems to be going backwards. Not a great day for Anthony Richardson. They're 112 yards and I think 10 of 18 or something like that. Part of the show brought to you by Wayne's.
866 Wayne's 1. Yards of the month are not made in the spring and summer. That's when they're viewed. They're made right now. The proper shutdown of the growing season in fall is huge. Let Wayne's get out and get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and the root system to make sure you've got that weed-free, lush lawn next summer when it matters the most. Envirolon is how you do that. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR for the next round and get 1 month of Envirolon absolutely free. 1 month free when you use the code TNR for the next round when you call 866-WAYNES-1.
How many people you think lost money, Lance, before we get to 4 downs, on Georgia Southern and UAB? With Georgia Southern coming off the win over Nebraska, and then around the country you see Georgia Southern's getting points, almost a touchdown in Birmingham now.
No, getting two touchdowns.
Yeah. People had to be piling on for that, and then UAB woodsheds them.
I almost gave UAB out. Dwayne McBride is just, he's running wild right now. And UAB's ability to run the football, again, if they stay away from turnovers and penalties, they're going to be a tough out for anyone.
Yeah, should be undefeated, man. That Liberty game is going to haunt them right now.
Liberty, terrible play call from Hugh Freeze on the decision to go for 2 there for the win.
Yeah, Wake.
Yeah, like I wanted. It's one of those that I guess it's a feel thing. Liberty's one of my 10 teams I own. I wanted them to go for 2. I just didn't like the play call.
Yeah, what was it, a reverse, double reverse or something like that?
Reverse and a throw.
You want another weird line? This week, North Carolina, undefeated, by the way. Easy to forget. Undefeated North Carolina at home, scoring bushels of points, hosting Notre Dame, and catching points at home.
Yep, that tells you Notre Dame's going to run it down their throats.
Looks too easy, doesn't it?
It really does. All right, 4 downs time, Rockstar. Vulcan Tires, 4, soon to be 5 locations. Tell us about Vulcan Tires, LT.
Yeah, again, 4 locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper, these guys can handle for you or your family. Go online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Better job, Arizona State or Nebraska?
Well, Nebraska only because you know your conference home, and it's a conference home that's going to be pumping maybe, not hundreds of millions, but more than $100 million into your program. Arizona State, you don't even know what conference you're going to be in. Are you going to be part of TV deals? Just the financials make Nebraska the better of the two.
100%, Brown. I agree with you. And that place is packed. You got a fan base. They're going to show up at Nebraska, blah, 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 blah. Arizona State plays many times, even during good years, in front of a half-empty stadium, just location and where they are. That being said, if Arizona State already had the conference they were going to be in, if they were in the Big 12, I think Arizona State's a place you could do magical things recruiting-wise if you're the right guy. But Nebraska's the answer.
If they had a solid conference home, I'm with you. I might go to Arizona State first.
Yeah, I think I would go Nebraska as well, but Nebraska's fallen that far.
Second down.
Who gets fired first? I asked this earlier. Nobody answered. Jeff Collins or Brian Harsin?
And with Jeff Collins' next 2 are at UCF. Very, very losable game. I don't know what the point spread is there, but I'm sure UCF's probably at least a touchdown favorite in that one, LT. And then at Pitt. So he's probably got 2 more losses, both of which could be ugly. Harsin's got 2 winnable games. Now, LSU looks far less winnable than I had initially thought, but it's still a winnable game. I think Collins probably 0-2 and gets fired and could get blown out in those games.
The answer would be Brian Harsin gets fired first because they care more about football than Georgia Tech does.
Yeah. And look, and I mean, again, if Harsin loses this weekend, I think it's this weekend.
Central Florida, I said they're an 18-point favorite. An 18-point favorite. Pitt will be about the same, right, Lance?
Yeah.
So you're roughly a 3-touchdown favorite dog in your next two games. Central Florida against Central Florida and Pitt. I think it'll be Jeff Collins.
Third down.
Bigger disappointment so far, Notre Dame or the Cincinnati Bengals?
To me, it's. That's tough.
Yeah.
Because we always have teams, and oftentimes it's a team that loses in the Super Bowl, but we always have playoff teams that fall back. But Cincinnati's had a chance in both games.
Yeah, they were -5 in turnovers against Pittsburgh week 1.
Yeah.
I would say Notre Dame.
You know, I saw this stat yesterday. You guys might have seen it too. But since 2020, the expansion to 14 teams in the postseason, no team starting 0-2 has made the postseason.
None of them. I saw that stat yesterday. 0.
It's bad news for the AFC champions.
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah,
and almost bad news for the Rams, for the world champions.
So I'm gonna say it's Notre Dame, but the 0-2 start's not lost on me and what's going on in Cincinnati.
Yeah,
they can't protect Burrow, man.
Well, I look
that
at
offensive line sucks.
They're terrible. 6 more sacks yesterday. Micah Parsons is unblockable. But you look in that division right now. The Browns really aren't good.
Steelers aren't good.
The Steelers aren't good. Kenny Pickett's going to be starting sooner than later.
Yeah.
And the Ravens coming off that terrible loss.
Well, I mean, the Ravens are good.
They are
Miami
good.
just got
But I don't know about
hot.
the Ravens' defense.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, with that scary elf in the middle of the field, the Browns are now 0-1 at home.
Yes.
And blew a huge lead to the Jets. It's a jinxed stadium now.
Fourth down.
Their main tenant moved out. I mean, that's what happens when you move out and the house is left unoccupied.
I was going to ask,
now.
more jinxed in 2022, the Cleveland Browns are rock star.
They might start in 2021, though, so yeah.
No, that's not the question. More impressive performance over the weekend. Would you say Kansas and what they did to Houston, or would you go the performance of Cooper Rush?
I mean, Cooper Rush, man. I mean, I was expecting nothing from Cooper Rush, which, by the way, good band name. If you're just naming bands after
Cooper
athletes,
Rush?
please welcome to the stage Cooper Rush.
He's 2-0 as a starting quarterback.
They gonna
now.
play Tom Sawyer?
Yeah, today's Tom Sawyer. Cooper Rush.
Look, your defense is really good, Tampa's defense.
Yes, we
So
are.
it's hard to compare the two, but Dallas's offense looked much better yesterday.
They really did. That would be a good Berman back in the day.
Yeah.
Cooper, Tom Sawyer Rush.
We got so far off on Cooper Rush. I forgot the question. What was the question?
Who's
more
better, Cooper
impressive.
Rush?
No, more impressive performance over the weekend was it Kansas knocking off Houston. By the way,
Kansas
1-2 now under Dana Holgorsen.
And
They were
players
supposed
are fighting.
Yeah,
Yes.
2 receivers got into it on the sideline.
yeah,
Holgorsen
come to
had to
blows.
apologize for
Holger's
it.
going to be fired.
Yeah.
Fire them all.
I would say Kansas. I mean, Kansas, Lance Leopold has done a really nice job, and the most difficult Power 5 job there is Kansas.
And they're going to start 4-0. They're going to beat Duke this week.
I think you're right.
I think they're going to beat Duke soundly, as good as a job as Mike Elko. By the way, that's undefeated. Who would have seen Duke and Kansas into the 4th week of the season undefeated?
Yep. Again, I wish game day had gone there.
Cooper rushed the field.
There you go. That is much better than Cooper Tom Sawyer Rush. That made no sense.
That's 4 downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
You could have done that Saturday night. It would have made more sense. Again, 4 locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. Get a look at the brake pads, the wheel alignment, the tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
Joel Klatt is coming up, and I will tell you the one thing that I got right about this football weekend after I tell you about the University of Montevallo. Great place for your son or daughter to go to school. Please check them out. If you're a junior or senior in high school, you have a son or daughter that's a junior or senior in high school, you're starting to think about college, think about the University of Montevallo. Great class size, which will help your kid academically. Wonderful athletics, 21 NCAA fully funded scholarship sports right there. Great support there. The academics, the campus life, it's all great. Southern Living says that U.S. News and World Report loves the price point. They haven't raised tuition in 5 years. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu. Bobby Petrino coached up a heck of a game, led that one in the 4th quarter. A lot of people didn't think he could do that. That Petrino guy can coach. Missouri State and Arkansas. We'll talk to Joe Klatt about everything else in college football next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram @Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We roll into our headlines here before we get to Joel Klatt, brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's this hour. Bromberg's, the diamond place when it comes to getting that perfect diamond. Since, man, well over 100 years, the Bromberg's name has been synonymous with the perfect diamond.
Yeah, almost 200 years.
Almost 200.
Since 1836, our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. If you're looking to pop the question, make sure you go see our friends at Bromberg's. They are the best in the business. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from the fine folks at Bromberg's.
Ozzy Albies is done for the rest of the regular season, at least, with that broken pinky. Braves and Nationals tonight in Atlanta, 6:20 on Bally's. 2 NFL games tonight, Titans and Bills, 6:15 on ESPN. Vikings and Eagles, 7:30 on NBC. New AP Top 25 poll out yesterday. More voters going Georgia's way, now up to 59. 6 more people switched to Georgia. 59 first-place votes for Georgia. Alabama's got 3. Ohio State's got 1. Michigan is 4. Clemson 5. Oklahoma 6. USC 7. Nothing changes there. Kentucky jumps up to 8. Oklahoma State drops to 9. And Arkansas is your top 10. No real major shakeup there. But Tennessee is up 4 spots to number 11. NC State's up 4 spots to 12. Utah is 13. Penn State jumps up 8 spots to number 14. Oregon jumps up 10 spots back to 15.
Well, interesting. Oregon played extremely well, obviously, against BYU, but the way they got beat in week 1, I mean, do we really consider them a top 15 team?
So you got to have 15 of them is the problem.
Well, the way Georgia's beating everybody, I don't think you can hold a loss to Georgia against anybody right now. Yeah. Georgia's playing perfect football.
Well, they are.
Zero mistakes.
They are the only elite team that I have seen yet.
Yeah,
I would agree with you.
Cracks.
Across the board,
No
Georgia
cracks.
is the only team that seems totally complete in college football.
One of our next guests agrees.
Well, he saw a pretty good one Saturday. Joel Klatt is with us. He joins us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, courtesy of MyBookie.ag. That's MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND when you go there. What is up, Klatt? How are you?
Good, man. How are you guys doing? Wild weekend, right?
Yeah. Before we get to Oklahoma, obviously our well wishes go out to Gus, and everybody's saying Gus is going to be okay. I know you kind of gave an update. Gus Johnson, if you didn't see it, had to bow out at halftime, but you had to take over. I mean, that's pretty wild, right? I know you don't really prepare for that.
I mean, I listen. I've never done play-by-play in my life. Maybe like in my head, but yeah, that was interesting, and we were, I guess, fortunate because of the style of game, and obviously Brady and the guys are there and Coach Meyer is there, and so it kind of in a weird way in the fourth quarter it was almost better to just have a big overarching conversation about those programs and where they're at. But yeah, Gus is doing great, and it just happens, man. We're human, and he's going to be fine. He's going to be raring to go this week when we're up in Michigan. But yeah, that was, let's just say I didn't wake up thinking to myself like, hey, I'm going to call the second half.
Yeah.
Gus, why don't you take a long lunch? I'm going to do second half.
Hey, you good? You good? You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Very baseball-like. For the middle innings, now I turn it over to Joel Klatt.
That's right.
Hey, everybody. That's pretty good. It's really good. I never thought we would live to see a time where Nebraska has now lost 19 consecutive games to top 25 programs. And it looks, I was completely wrong. I said going into this year, this is probably Scott Frost's best roster, probably the best team he's got. And I think I was completely wrong, Joel. And on the other side, Oklahoma seems to be getting more comfortable with Venables and Jeff Levy, and that team's getting better.
Okay, so first on Nebraska, last year was a good roster, and they just didn't have the schedule to get over the hump. And in particular, when they started losing some of those one-score games, I thought defensively they were obviously, I mean, this is obvious, but they were much better last year. And now they've got some younger guys. Saturday, I think what you saw is just the air get let out of the program. There has been so much tension there. And by the way, I've experienced something like that. So much tension and stress and pressure on everybody. And the kids can feel that, and the players can feel that. And they had played so many games tight. And then all of a sudden, you get in there and it starts going the wrong direction. And it's just like, oh, man, I'm tired. And that's kind of what I felt on Saturday. So from that standpoint, I think they're better than what we saw against Oklahoma. I think that was kind of a perfect storm. Having said that, your point about Oklahoma is astute. That was as good a version of Oklahoma as I can remember seeing in a long time. And I don't want to overstate it because, listen, we've seen some really good versions, right? The Kyler Murray team was really good. The Mayfield team that went to overtime with Georgia in the Rose Bowl, that was a good team. But they were just great on offense, and they were making up for what was a poor defense, and they would play well in spurts on defense. But you could never say that it was sustainable on that side. And what I saw Saturday looked to be sustainable. Now, some will say, like, well, your point about Nebraska means that, like, do we really know? But let's not be so revisionist. Remember now, this Nebraska offense was averaging 36 points a game. And it was the side of the ball that we feel or felt good about going into this game. Casey Thompson threw for 388 yards and 5 touchdowns against Oklahoma last year. So they've got some weapons out there. And I thought Oklahoma's defense played their best game since I've been doing their games in the last 10 years. And that's a scary proposition for the rest of the Big 12 because now you've got a team that looks to be equally as explosive on the offensive side and clearly can play defense much better than they have been.
You know, and you understand this being in the business. I know you watch a ton of tape. I don't watch as much tape as you do. I don't even try to, but I try to watch as much games on television that I can. So I went USC. I've caught some of their games this year, but Fresno State the other night was the first time I've watched them start to finish. They are becoming the elephant in the room to me. They are becoming nobody wants to go ahead and say that they can do it this year. But that team is getting better and better every year. And what Caleb Williams and Lincoln Riley have, they seem to be so one-minded right now, and he's able to perform everything that Lincoln wants to do. That looks to be a scary team to me on the national scale.
You know, if you look at their numbers, they're very similar to that 2018 Oklahoma team in terms of what their defense has given up, what their offense is gaining. And that's a scary proposition because I'm with you. And by the way, I said it last week on the million different shows that I have now. But I think USC could go to the playoff this year. And that's not smoke. And I think that's to your point. You know, you look at their schedule and you think to yourself, okay, you know, they have the proper schedule and draw out of the opposite side of their division. And Utah is a team that struggled with a mobile quarterback and a quarterback that could get loose in Anthony Richardson. So that seems to be their kryptonite. That's clearly the best team left on USC's schedule. Notre Dame's not anywhere near what they have been the last couple of years. I don't see any reason why USC can't go out there and win. Now, having said that, it wouldn't shock me if this week they lost to Oregon State. Because the defense, and I think you would admit to this as well, having watched the game, the defense is not good. And they are very opportunistic. That's the way that they get off the field. But that's not a defense that's just going to line up and stop people. And so at some point, they're going to get caught in a situation like those old Oklahoma teams got caught in, where they're going to have to win something 55-48 or something crazy. And so we'll see if they can do it at that point.
Joel Klatt is with us, college football on Fox. You see him on the Big Noon Kickoff each week with Gus and Jenny. He is with us courtesy of mybookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND when you go to mybookie.ag, and they'll double that initial deposit up to $1,000 when you use code NEXTROUND. Klatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I think you heard as you were coming in, we were all agreeing Georgia looks like the only dominant across the board in every aspect of the game team in America. There is one more that looks that way, and it's Michigan. But I can't tell because they've played nobody.
I know.
But they do look good.
By the way, you're previewing my Wednesday podcast, by the way. One of the questions I'm going to be talking about, is it Georgia or the field? Remember when we also always did this with Bama?
Right.
Is it Bama or the field in college football? Well, right now is it Georgia or the field? That's how good, that's how dominant they look. And the step that they've taken, well, first of all, they totally reloaded on defense. I mean, guys, it's ridiculous how fast and physical they are on defense. It just doesn't feel like you can move the ball on them with any sustained consistency. That's number one. And then Kirby has finally evolved, and it didn't come in the form of a 5-star quarterback like we thought it was going to be with a guy like Justin Fields when he first committed to there years ago. It's come in the form of weapons on the outside, namely Bowers, who's an animal. I mean, this guy is a total freak. I love watching that guy play, by the way. I think one of my favorite things to watch in football is a matchup nightmare tight end. And that's what Bowers is. And I love watching him play. But the other part of this is like, and I think I said it on your show at a couple of weeks ago. I can't remember. Like, Stetson Bennett is playing some ball, fellas. He's no longer just the game manager. We treated him like the house pet of college football for so long and just patted him on the head and said, look, isn't that cute? You're playing with all those talented guys and just manage the game and don't screw it up, honey. And now he's out there making moves and throwing up on the field and juking guys out. And I'm like, hey, man, this guy's got a little dog in him. And he's playing great. And because of that, they're scary. And right now, if I had to bet, I would probably take Georgia in a Georgia versus the field conversation.
Yeah.
To your point about Michigan, they've done what they should against those opponents. So let's not just give them zero credit.
Not at all.
They've done what they should, but do we really know? And the answer is no.
Yeah,
we're going to find out more.
Yeah, 51, 56, and 59 and points scored. I mean, they're just dominating people. But like you were about to say, we're going to find out more because they got Iowa coming up with that defense and zero offense in a couple of weeks.
Well, and we've got them this week against Maryland at home, and Maryland's 3-0, and that's. I know. Listen, Maryland's not great, but they're better than UConn, Hawaii, and
that is true. It is a step up. I was going to try to sell Iowa.
Oh yeah, Colorado State. Jeez,
Yeah.
Colorado. How about the state of college football in that state?
Not
My
great.
home state.
Not good. By the way, Talia Tungavaloa, that'll be a fun ride for the weekend, man. Buckle up. You got some highs and you got some wildness there, some loop-de-loops. That'll be a fun ride in that game.
Totally. Hopefully Gus doesn't get sick again on the loop.
Yes. One thing you don't have highs with is Auburn quarterback situation. I don't know. I don't know what you took from that game. I think Penn State is pretty good, especially with Nick Singleton, a guy that you talked about, and really they need to get that guy more touches. He is so explosive, but the Auburn defense gets pushed around. It was a game at halftime. That second half, they just completely get dominated, and they don't have an option at quarterback. I don't know where this thing goes.
I mean, I think we kind of know where this goes, right? I mean, you start looking around, like I don't see him surviving this.
Yeah, I just don't know how bad it
Brian
gets,
Harsin.
I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a good question. Just like how far down do they go? Auburn's one of these places that you look at their history, especially in the recent history. You talk about like loop-de-loops and highs and lows, man. We've seen that from Auburn, right? They're not a program that's just going to go up and sustain consistency of winning 10 games. I mean, they're up and down. They're national championship caliber, firing coaches, national championship caliber, firing coaches. It's a bit of a wild ride, and it seems to be that way again. Having said that, I took more away from this, and maybe this is the optimist in me, and maybe this is just the fact that I cover them more, but I took more away from Penn State. And the reason being is because the question singular about Penn State was whether they were going to fix their run game. It's the reason they collapsed last year. It's the reason that Clifford didn't play well late last year. And if they were going to fix that, then I was going to think that they were going to be able to compete with Michigan and potentially even Ohio State in the Big Ten East. They seem to have fixed it because it wasn't just Singleton. Yeah, he went off and he's doing great. And I agree he needs more touches, but they ran it for over 240 yards in that game as a team. And the best part about them being able to run the ball is that Sean Clifford no longer now has to be the X factor. He can go out there and be the type of quarterback that I think he was created to be, which is a little bit more of a complementary piece. And because of that, the pressure, you can tell, is totally lifted off of him, in particular after that hit that he took, just like in the face. He just gets crushed.
I was going to ask you, have you ever been hit that hard?
Oh, have I been hit that hard? I am the original clown with sand in the bottom.
Glad that was one of the best hits I've ever seen, though.
Yeah, that one had a little bit more theatrics because of where he went. But, listen, you can just go Google it. Klatt gets destroyed by Drew Kelson. I mean, it's lights out time for your boy.
I'm on it.
Oh yeah, everybody Google that one. You can Google Klatt gets blown up. There was like a Miami play where John Beeson suplexes me, and Nevin Shapiro paid him a bounty. I learned about that in the Yahoo article, guys. I mean, this is all true stuff. You can go check this out online. You know what pissed me off about the bounty? Not that there was a bounty. I was actually quite proud. It was that my bounty was $500, and Chris Ricks that year from Florida State was $1,000. That's a bunch of crap. All right. Having said that, like let's back up. But just the Penn State point being, Clifford doesn't have to be the guy that then propels them to offensive success. He can be a bit of a complementary piece if they can run the football, and if they can do that, then they're going to be really good. And then all of a sudden, you look up. And this is what, everyone down there is going to be like, Klatt monkey, shut up and get out of here. Then I think that the Big Ten East is the best division in college football, just because they've got 3 legitimate teams that can potentially call themselves top 10 teams. I don't think you can say that about other divisions.
Yeah, Ohio State and Michigan, and of course Penn State, who is trending in a good direction. Joel is with us. If you had to put that beautiful roaming buffalo painting behind you online, on the line here, would you take Arkansas or Texas A&M this weekend, knowing now what you know about both teams with Max Johnson at quarterback? Because he did seem okay getting the ball to the playmakers.
I mean, did he?
He threw for 140 yards.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Wait, he did?
He got it to the playmakers.
Do you have an Aggie ring?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see any difference.
Please do not ruin the stock of Max Johnson Chrysler Dodge Ram I'm trying to build up right now.
I mean, 10 of 20, 140 yards and a touchdown, Klatt. The only difference in the game was that Mario Cristobal refuses to score touchdowns. It was all field goals.
Right. Well, that's the thing. It's like the knock against Cristobal at Oregon, guys, in large part was like game management. And then he comes out there and it's like that's a similar knock that you would give against them in that ball game. I mean, let's face it. A&M was fairly lucky to win that game because they were dominated. They got outgained by over 120 yards. Miami had 27 first downs and didn't score a touchdown. Do you know how difficult that is to do? Like that's almost impossible, I don't have any faith in Jimbo Fisher's offense. That staff on that side of the ball is going to get cleaned out, very similar to what Scott Frost had to do to his offensive side last year. Because listen, the number's too big. They're gonna go after Jimbo, I don't think, this year. But it's getting bad. Listen, you hire a guy as an offensive mind because he won a championship as a play caller. One of the few, by the way, that has gone out there and actually won a national championship as a play caller. And you bring him in, and the offense has not grown. It hasn't evolved. It's stale. It's stagnant. They can't gain yards. They didn't gain 200 yards against App State. They didn't gain 300 yards against Miami. The silver lining is I love the defense. And A&M played really well on defense, obviously, last week in order to get that win, but they did last year as well. They cannot figure out, and it's mainly the quarterback position. When I broke down that App State game, Haynes King was the reason they lost the game. I hate to say that a big kid, and he's probably a nice kid, but he is. Like, you break it down, he was late on third downs. He's got to see the throws. He doesn't anticipate. The throws are behind players. They can't run after the catch. They should win by 10 if they've got a competent quarterback that can throw on target and on time. And so it's like, what's the matter with Jimbo Fisher? Look at his track record with quarterbacks. It's pedestrian at best. Jameis Winston was clearly the best one, maybe all the way back to Jamarcus, but look at how that ended up. And then Jameis, by the way, regressed in college. His best year was his first year when he wins the Heisman Trophy as a sophomore or redshirt freshman, whatever it was. And they win the national championship, comes back. And granted, there was a lot of issues around him off the field, but he regressed as a quarterback. Jimbo cannot get that position right. I don't get it.
Okay, I can't find the video, but I'm seeing a great still shot of you laid out. It looks like you're dead, laying in the end zone face down.
In the end zone, just face down.
Yeah, and your offensive lineman's above you, like checking your vitals to make sure you're still alive.
Right. Not on my watch.
When was this?
Right. That was against the Texas team that won the national championship over USC in 2005.
Yeah, I had you guys plus some points, and
Texas team.
Y'all gave up 70, right?
Yeah, I didn't play defense.
Nobody did, apparently.
Hey, so what am I Googling again? Gets blown up by
I
who?
see it. This is in the Miami
Kelson
game.
destroys Klatt,
Yeah.
and then there's a Klatt gets blown up. There's a Miami one. It's like a full suplex.
Yeah, the Miami
John
one.
Beeson like has me on top of his shoulder and drives me to the ground. Everyone's like, "Why did you jump?" I'm like, "He lifted me up like I was in the WWE."
To Klatt's defense, it's a fumble return for a touchdown, and he's the only Buffalo chasing. So
Only one chasing. Thank you.
No, to your
Thank
defense,
you.
you're at least trying to prevent 6.
Did he get flagged on that?
No.
He should have.
It's a clean hit.
Yeah. If we can find enough of them, we'll get our man Forrester to put together a montage for you and send all your big hits together.
I think those are the only 2 that are really on there, on the line, on the internet. What do they call it? What do the kids call it?
The interwebs. See Klatt, Gus Johnson, and the All-American girl, Jenny Taft.
Taft.
Taft. There you go.
Yeah.
So you couldn't have filled in for Gus.
I bowed out and let Dunaway do the second half. It is 11 o'clock, Fox 6 locally, the big noon kickoff, Maryland, Michigan, Saturday. Klatt, thank you for the time. Have a great week.
Yeah, you bet, guys. Have a good one.
All right, buddy. See you next Monday. Joel Klatt does join us each Monday on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, courtesy of MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code next round to get double that deposit bonus up to $1,000 when you sign up at MyBookie.ag.
One more point about something Klatt said after Rockstar tells us about his guy. Man, you should have been here Friday, Rockstar. You got to go see the video of when Tyler talked about your guy.
Yeah.
I heard he got a home run. Did he hit a home run?
He's fantastic.
He did. As we told him in the Mafia, you got to kill somebody to be made man. On this show, you just got to read an ad, and he's done it.
That's right.
He's a made man.
Speaking of ads, can I tell you about my buddy?
Yes.
My buddy's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. He is one of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022. He's in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
He mentioned, Joel did, about Colorado. Their AD sent out it's time to support the program. Didn't say support the team, the coach, but if you support the school and the program, now's the time to circle the wagons. Some were saying that's a vote of confidence. Other that was a call for if you want to buy out contracts and stuff, now's the time to support.
Time to donate
because we need some money.
Yeah, when you've got your AD saying, hey, look, we're going to make sure the players are ready for UCLA. Now they go out and lose to UCLA, your hand's forced.
Yep.
No, the rail's gone.
That letter said, y'all, I get it, but we can't afford the buyout.
We can't afford it unless you guys want to
donate. That's
support the program.
Yep.
All right, when we come back, we'll do trash. This hour is brought to you by Champy's. I'll tell you more about Champy's Chicken right before we do trash next.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services. For all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Trash coming up. Trip jumps in and says Colorado's adjusted win total now 0.5 at FanDuel. You can bet live online 0.5 for Colorado right there at FanDuel. Speaking of win totals, hats off to the Doors. Vanderbilt, my buddy E-Rob, who's a Vanderbilt alum, played ball there. Vanderbilt now 3-1. The win total was 2.5. LT, they cashed the ticket over the weekend
in September, but I guess they had to. You know, we talked about their schedule. They're going to win one. They could get Missouri.
Yeah. Do they have another out of conference, or is that it? Are they done out of conference?
I think they've got one more.
Yeah, they could get Missouri.
Chase with a great point. Give me a thumbs up when you have that, Forrester. Chase with another good point on Twitter. Bill Connolly's breakdown today at ESPN.com. Auburn averaged only 0.8 yards before contact rushing. A lot of issues with this offense, but it starts on the O-line. The O-line had played, I thought, good enough, but it was against lesser competition.
Yeah.
They failed on Saturday.
Well, since the Nick Brahms retirement, that was such a big story coming into the season, obviously. I'm like you. I would have said through the first 2 games, one of the surprising units at Auburn is offensive line.
Me too.
They lost all that goodwill Saturday. The bigger than just the rushing, the ability to rush, the amount of times a free blitzer or free rusher came at their quarterback.
Yep.
I mean, it was time after time that Ashford or TJ Finley were having to duck just a free runner coming right at him.
Yeah, and you wonder sometimes if that's the quarterback getting the right protection in place to identify help for the running back or somebody to pick up a free rusher there. This hour of the show brought to you by Champy's world famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew. Sterling, not only a great songwriter, up there with the likes of Weird Al and all of those who could take a song. But he's great at taking a song and making it a spoof song. Yeah. Like Meadows by Morning, and Landmine to Landslide. Sterling's great at that, but he's even better at cooking fried chicken and designing a menu and a place to eat. It is Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Win your tailgate with those chicken fingers that are hand-cut by Sterling right there. Champy'sChicken.com, office parties, tailgates, or just lunch and dinner today, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Before trash, TR wants to know your reaction to this. Everybody look at the big screen in the studio. Here is Dabo Swinney rushing onto the field, the dead sprint. He did this a couple of times over the recent years. What do you think of Dabo?
Ridiculous. I mean, really, it's me in front of the program. It's my program.
Man, he's just ready to get out there and coach.
Oh, come on.
He's trying to juice up the crowd. It is his program.
I mean,
I just think that's all about me. I don't know what you guys think. That's what it jumps out to me as.
Well, I think it's also him saying, "Look, Nick Saban can't do this.
Come play for me. I can run down a hill."
Kirby Smart probably wouldn't do this, right? He wouldn't do this. There's no hills in Ohio.
I mean, I would love though if he bid it.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the table's set now, LT. If you do this every time, the table is set at some point for you to trip. Not hit that landing right or something. That transition from hill to flat land is not easy.
Running downhill is surprisingly difficult. I know I've probably never said it older and less athletic, but that's a good way to trip and fall is running downhill.
Yeah. I mean, if he laid out.
Oh, that'd be amazing video.
Yeah. You are trying to look athletic while wearing khakis. That's
right.
a hard look.
There's no doubt.
Tough to do.
That is a hard look. Trash, let's hit the big button. Rockstar, do it, man.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, fumbling through today's housing market alone is a bad play. That's why you should team up with the right lender. And our friends at Mortgage Right created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start home shopping. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market. This program allows you to take a time out, make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget, maintaining that 60-day lock-in period while you look for your perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to lock in your interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239 equal housing lender. Voting open Wednesday on which toy should actually go into the National Toy Hall of Fame this year. It seems like this comes around really quickly.
Yeah, it does. It seems like we get back to this, right?
Yeah, it seems like it happens 2 or 3 times a year.
Now, the class of the 2022 finalists are Bingo, Briar Horses, Catan, Light Bright, Nerf Toys, Masters of the Universe, Pinata, Phase 10, Pound Puppies, Racco, Spirograph, and The Top.
I like those He-Man collectibles. I used to have a little He-Man action figures.
Yep.
They were awesome, man.
Yeah, they were when I was a kid. I liked He-Man.
Skeletor.
Light Bright was big in the trailer park.
Yeah, Light Bright. I'm surprised Light Bright's not there. I'm shocked Nerf is not yet.
That way only used Light Bright when the power was on.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we didn't put the power bill.
It was the only toy I could watch the kids across the street play with at night.
Daddy, can you put a flashlight in the back of the Light Bright so I can use it?
Now, according to Christopher Bench, the vice president for collections at the Strong Museum in Rochester, where the Hall of Fame is founded, quote, these 12 toys span the history of play. The Top is as old as civilization itself, and Bingo has been played in some form for hundreds of years. Yeah, I'm really shocked some of these old school are not already in there.
Yeah. How's Bingo not already in? I mean, I was at a sports bar, not to be named, the other night, and they were playing Bingo while the Monday Night Football game was kicking off.
You know, I don't like Bingo, though. I think it's an overrated game.
I don't like it either. Hey, what is up with just a horse?
That's Black Stallion.
Yeah, I don't know. There's no dexterity. It just sits there. It's just
that's not a toy.
How come you ain't playing with your horse? There's nothing to do with it.
What's Racco? You file office mail? I mean, that looks like something.
You just follow some chicks. Oh, Racco. Got one.
Inductees will be announced November 10th, and really don't care. But
it's like the version of bingo.
Yeah.
34C, got one.
Racco. I don't know about you guys. I'm always practicing. I'm always practicing for Racco.
What do you need, Rockstar, for Racco? I did a 40D.
if your dog comes back from the vet happy, healthy, and nails trimmed, do you leave a tip? It's a question Chris Rogers never expected. He went on to say, quote, the bill was about $115 for everything. Then they pulled out the new card reader, and the first thing I see, they turn the screen around, they have a 10% minimum tip. This is starting to drive me crazy. Certain businesses.
Yeah, but that's a, I assume somebody owns the place and some employee is back there trimming the nails, and if they've done a good job, I don't mind tipping them. They've at least put some effort into it, Lance.
But you didn't do it before they had the screen turned.
Yeah.
And you never thought of it before.
No, I mean, I don't know. My wife handles this with Charlie. She takes him to the groomer and picks him up and all that. But I do think she's been leaving a tip for years on that one.
Now, it was a routine checkup for Rogers' dogs, but the prompt, which he had never gotten before, made him wonder what was being done differently at the vet office. He went on to say, quote, it made me think, well, are they just being nice to my dogs to try to get an extra tip? Now, the practice of tipping is expanded rapidly into sectors where it wasn't traditionally expected. I mean, really, it is everywhere you go now to pay. They flip it around.
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
My buddy J.O.R. took his family to Italy this year, and there's no tipping. Except for the tourist trap spots that they know they can sucker the Americans into.
Isn't it considered almost insulting if you try to do it, though?
And this is the way Johnny said they explained it to him. We pay our employees living wages. We pay them the right amount of money so that it's not passed on to the consumer to
well,
tip.
and that's what I mean. The tipping for a vet is ridiculous. I mean, they're getting paid for their services already. So when do we start tipping vets?
Yeah. The reason we have tipping here in America is because we don't pay the servers the living wage. They pass that along to us.
Yeah, so this is the vet you're talking about. See, I'm just talking about a normal dog groomer that my wife takes Charlie to.
No, this was the vet.
Yeah, I don't know about the vet now. I mean, that guy, he's got a doctor in front of his name. Or her, or she does.
Interesting here. A Manhattan attorney and his dentist friend have filed a lawsuit in the New York State Supreme Court arguing that their summer vacation was ruined when the owners of their $10,000 Hamptons rental prevented them from lowering the air conditioner by 2 degrees.
Yeah. Just to clean this up real quick, Matt, who worked in the industry, the tip doesn't go to the vet; it goes to the kennel worker in the back.
Okay,
who does? And he says he used to do that. Dogs and cat nails are a pain in the you know what.
Oh, I bet they are.
Just clean that up. So,
well, I'm sure, but you also are getting your wage for that. I mean, it was never the tip never came in. And look, and I was in the service industry forever, and I believe in big time on gratuity, really taking care of your server and your bartenders. This is a new thing.
But it sounds to me like, not speaking for vets, but it sounds like the way he's describing it, maybe the vets are, only pay the kennel workers so much, and that's what gets them up to a better wage. I don't know. Not in that industry.
Anyway, 2 degrees. Now, the plaintiffs, Toby Cohen and Jonathan Newman, said they not only was their safety threatened during their stay, a little over the top here,
maybe.
But they were treated like, quote, squatters in the luxury home. Now, the problem began on July 28th when they signed a rental agreement for a 2-week holiday for themselves and their families in a New York home. Price would be $10,000 for the 14-day period, running from August 22nd to September 5th. But the filing states the group was, quote, forced to endure continuous discomfort for the duration of their holiday. When they complained, they said that they did not rectify the issue, but they told the renters to, quote, suck it up and deal, according to the suit.
Suck it up.
Now,
Rub
the
some
problem
dirt
was
on it.
the thermostat was set to 70 instead of 68. Now, they showed up with their wives and kids. They wanted to take it down to 68, but they had a minimum temperature of 70 degrees.
You know how I feel about this subject. 70 is a reasonable temperature.
It is. You like it to be colder.
I would prefer, if I were staying in somebody's, Airbnb or in a hotel room, I would run it down to 62.
Yeah.
But 70 is a reasonable enough temperature.
VRBO, I was at one that I could not turn it down past 70 or it would freeze. They said we have a problem, and with the moisture here on the beach, if we turn it down below 70, it freezes the unit. So if you want any air conditioning at all, keep it at 70. If you'd like to be cool for just about an hour and then have no air conditioning the rest of the weekend, put it on lower than 70. So I chose 70.
Yeah.
I got some outdated fashion rules you no longer have to follow. It's going to excite you, Dunaway. Denim on denim.
Denim on denim, man.
Yep. Follow in the trailblazing footsteps of Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake, as you can wear as much denim as you like.
There you go, Jimmy D.
Well, Yellowstone's doing this.
tuxedo.
Yellowstone's doing this, man.
It's advisable to get some variety into your denim pieces so you don't look like you're literally wearing that denim tuxedo of some sort.
Yeah, you go acid wash pants and just normal denim top.
Yeah, or I put some, some color, some floral.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you should do that.
Or maybe some cloth pockets.
Yep.
How about this? They're saying no socks with sandals. Now, part of the sad dad style anti-trend was wearing the socks with the sandals, but they said if socks with sandals keeps your feet warm while maximizing your comfort, then do it. It is a terrible look.
It is. It is.
I love how it's the sad dad look.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that sad dad. He just quit. He just gave up.
Don't mix prints. Stripes and polka dots, for example, have long been a firm nope in the fashion world. Now, the reason is simple. It's not easy to combine two different patterns into something that makes visual sense. People have started to realize that not easy isn't the same as not impossible. Increasing number of high-end designers have tossed this rule aside and gone nuts, combining prints in their work, and you can too.
They've suspended Mike Evans for one game.
Because Mike Evans got suspended for starting a fight and getting ejected.
He didn't start the fight.
Okay, for
Tom
finishing
Brady
a fight.
started it with Lattimore. He just
you're not
came
going to
off.
suspend Tom Brady.
Does it matter? Mike Evans can't stay healthy.
Yeah, Packers are coming to town though, so your greasy head Aaron Rodgers is going to win a game on the road, and they're going to be 2-1.
All right,
They might. And finally, wearing a hat indoors. Now, the consensus is that it was considered a sign of disrespect and dated back to times when hats and helmets obscured your identity, so removing it when stepping inside was a gesture of friendliness. Today, just as you don't have to take off sweaters, shoes, or anything else unless you want to, you can take your hat and wear it inside.
All right.
Yeah,
Good for you too.
You know, I wore one a lot, except during my TV hits to try to not burn my head down at Auburn. Like the last time I was there for Auburn, Georgia last year, and you guys made fun of me as I got redder and redder as the night went on CBS 42.
We did make fun of you.
So I wore my next round hat all morning, all day long, and when it was time to do my hit, I'd set it down on the ground and I'd pick it up in between hits. But I was in the press box, and I was thinking to myself, the great David Housel would have come by and said, "Hey, sir, could you take your hat off?"
He would have,
back in the day. But there were a couple of people with hats on anymore.
It's old school thinking.
Yeah, no longer is it a... Keith Jackson basically had to apologize for Vince Dooley for wearing his hat at the Superdome back in the 70s.
I'll never forget, I had this English, I'm not going to call her professor, but she made guys take their hats off, but women could leave theirs on.
Yeah, well, that's the etiquette. Women can leave their hats on.
Certain golf courses, you have to take it off when you go in the clubhouse.
Yeah, it flips right back around at the ocean, though. They have to keep their top on. You can take yours off.
Yeah.
So,
all right, finally, HBO Max cutting back on cost and cigarettes, too, in a bizarre move spotted by film buffs on social media. HBO Max has been censoring cigarettes from select iconic movie posters. This is so stupid.
All right, so they have, this is the original poster.
Yeah, Life and Times of Judge Roy Bean with Paul Newman.
You like that movie?
I've never seen it.
Oh.
And that's the edited version.
Oh, so what's he doing?
So he's making a point.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's motioning over to somebody that says,
"Need some weed.
You got some weed, my man? Some ganja? some
ridiculous.
Colorado Coltrane?"
This was also done for the McCabe and Mrs. Miller.
There was a crooked man?
There was a crooked. It's great, the edit of this.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's a horror movie.
Yeah, it's just, I don't get it. I mean,
God, it's so weird.
Hey, one user tweeted, absolutely ridiculous, considering 90% of the staff at their parent Warner Brothers Discovery vape and sniff cocaine on their desk.
On their desk. Hey, did you get that Michael Douglas hand out of there? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Freddy Krueger now.
A little fire.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, our friends at Mortgage Right have a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers and prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence. No hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast track your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And as always, this hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch or dinner right now. Congratulations to Willie Fritz, Tulane, beating Kansas State over the weekend. They're now 3-0 at Tulane. That guy does a under-the-radar good job down there on most years. We'll talk more college football when we come back right here on TNR.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. Am First was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The Am First app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from Am First. Visit any Am First location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Brown's got some kick times for you in just a second. It's brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City right there, wanting to get on your roof and check it out for you for free today. Absolutely a free, no-cost roof inspection with no obligation. Just call Greg Nelson up today, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, whichever is the easiest way to contact him for that free, no-cost roof inspection. And keep that name and number on standby, just in case you ever have any roof damage or a roof problem or a roof question. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. The best warranties in the industry, and insurance companies trust Greg Nelson. You should too. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing.
These are the October 1 kick times. I'm surprised by the straight out of game day game. I don't know what the Fox Big Noon kickoff that day is. But straight out of game day, Kentucky, Ole Miss. That is an undefeated top 20 matchup unless one of them gets shocked this weekend.
That is correct.
Kentucky's not getting beat by
Northern Illinois. And then Ole Miss plays Tulsa.
Yeah.
But that's a good SEC
That's
game.
a good SEC game.
They love putting good SEC when they can up against the Big Noon kickoff to try to lower their numbers.
Yeah. I thought that one might get the nighttime treatment. It does not. ESPN straight out of game day, 11 o'clock. Which is, by the way, where Auburn, Missouri is this week. So they don't only put good games there.
That's right.
2:30 is Bama, Arkansas. Nobody surprised by that. Bama, their first CBS appearance, 2:30 against Arkansas. You can see that one coming the way Arkansas started the year. It's another undefeated top 10 matchup at that point.
Especially if Arkansas gets by Texas A&M this week, then that's really a huge game.
3 o'clock. Speaking of Texas A&M, ESPN for Texas A&M, Mississippi State. That is a 3 o'clock
SEC
kick.
Network or ESPN?
ESPN. No, wait a minute. No, that is SEC Network. I apologize. Yeah, that's a good game for the SEC Network.
Yeah, should have been 2 top 25 teams.
Yeah, Texas A&M. I'm surprised you had that reaction to Max Johnson. They look no better to me on offense.
Oh, I thought they did.
I didn't think they did.
They were awful on offense.
No. Much better
Jimmy
on
threw
offense.
for 140 yards.
Yeah,
How
but
do you
you're
make that
getting
argument?
lost in the stats.
No.
He managed
10 completions.
He managed the game. He got the ball out when he needed to. Didn't turn the ball over.
I
He
would say that
managed the game.
He didn't turn the ball over, and their defense played extremely well.
They're no better
The
on
defense
offense.
did play well.
Yeah.
Miami's defense is pretty good. They managed. He got the ball to the receivers much better. They lose the game with Haynes King at quarterback. That's my point.
Not if Mario Cristobal only kicks field goals. Guy can't produce touchdowns.
They'd had 2 more field goals with the 2 turnovers.
LSU, Auburn, 6 o'clock ESPN, so prime time from Jordan-Hare Stadium for the LSU game. And then Georgia, Missouri, 6:30 SEC Network in Columbia.
The kick's coming up on October the 1st. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. Greystone Chiropractic.
Yeah, Greystone Chiropractic can get you straightened out, get that body aligned. They take care of me. They take care of my family. Dr. Lee, he's a big Dolphins fan. So if you go see Dr. Lee this week, you tell him, hey, how about them Dolphins and that comeback in Baltimore? He'll be super excited about it. You can make an appointment to go see Dr. Lee, GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090. 981-8090. When you go see him, say, Brownie said, how about them Dolphins? Element Wellness, by the way. They've got that there as well. IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, all of that there with the Element Wellness Center. They're on 119 just off of 280 in Tattersall Park. Greystone Chiropractic. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090.
Anybody think it was funny that we talked all week about Auburn probably wearing orange and Notre Dame's, they did the greens?
They did the greens.
Yeah, they had planned on it, though. It wasn't like a big surprise, but they worked those greens out.
It's kind of hard to believe that not only did they do that for Cal, but they almost lost to Cal, or almost at least went to overtime.
Weird ending in that game. They had a defensive touchdown wiped off the board on review, followed up by a Hail Mary that should have been caught in the end zone by Cal. It hit the guy right in the chest. He's laying on the ground.
Yeah.
How he didn't catch it, I'll never know.
You don't practice that one a lot, Brown.
Well, I mean, if I'm laying on the ground, the ball comes down to me, I'd like to think I could catch it, but I don't know. I mean, that could have easily. Do you think Wilcox goes for 2 right there after a Hail Mary?
Yep.
2 in the win?
I do.
Yeah. I mean, they were fortunate to finally have a win in the Marcus Freeman era.
Yeah, so that's a win for Notre Dame over the weekend. We've talked at the start of the show a lot about Brian Harson's situation down there, and his name also being mentioned at a place like Arizona State. A lot more of that to come as we move throughout the show. But up next, it is time for the Nick Saban news conference. We've talked very little, if any, about Alabama. Aaron Suttles writes a story at The Athletic. You'll hear Aaron's full reaction later this week on Bama and Bourbon. But he thinks the competitive energy, the competitive edge, the competitive attitude of this team is still TBD, to be determined. Some things that Aaron saw this week that he wasn't overwhelmed. The score is 63-7, but inside those numbers, still some things he worries about, and that includes the wide receivers. It'll be interesting to see what Nick Saban says about all of that coming up as he gets ready for Vanderbilt to come to town and start the SEC season for the Crimson Tide. Our show today being brought to you in part by our friends at the Pants Store. If you want to wear the right gear to the game in Tuscaloosa this week or back down to Auburn or next time UAB's at home, you can do it all right there with our friends at the Pants Store. They will get you into the game with the great gear at the Pants Store, the only place you can get great game day hats, Yetis accessories, and those game day polos from Antigua, Taylor Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile, all at a great price. 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order anywhere in America. In fact, anywhere in the world. Let's make it anywhere in the universe. It's pantstore.com, pantstore.com, and follow them on social media.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate. Growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Alabama head coach Nick Saban coming up, and our Hamburger Heaven on campus drive-through momentarily as he looks back on Alabama's win over ULM ahead to Vandy. We'll head over to Tuscaloosa as soon as Coach gets started there. As we return, LT, we have not mentioned Dwayne McBride today for UAB. How about that day he had? 28 carries, 223, 4 touchdowns. Really impressive.
I did bring him up.
Lance, earlier you mentioned Dwayne McBride. I mean, it's a 4-hour show. I'm not going to remember everything.
I know. I said he's running wild right now. When we were talking about that number that was kind of inflated.
Yeah.
And saying, that was the reason. And if Dylan Hopkins can play mistake-free football and they can cut back on the penalties, I mean, UAB moving forward, what is their most difficult game? Is it Texas-San Antonio?
Maybe so, who a lot of people thought could play with Texas, and they did for a little bit. But I thought that was a good win for Texas, by the way.
Well, there was one big play. A guy that I hype up, and Frank Harris, he turned the football over. It was a pick six, and that was – it was a tie game at that particular point, but that really flipped everything.
Yeah. So UTSA probably is it. We've talked a lot of college football today. We'll continue to do that and head over to Tuscaloosa as soon as Coach Saban gets going there, and we'll hear what he has to say about the Alabama Crimson Tide. Yeah.
I'll tell you. So they've got Rice coming up, which is a game they should win. Middle Tennessee State, they win. Charlotte. At Western Kentucky's a little tricky. At Florida Atlantic, although they got blown out this weekend, a little tricky. And then UTSA.
Time for the Hamburger Heaven drive-through. Our friends at Hamburger Heaven bring you that.
Yeah, Hamburger Heaven since 1982, serving up the best cheeseburgers, burgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, or Homewood.
Here is Alabama head coach Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa.
Enthusiasm was good. I thought the execution was a lot better. I think we played a lot smarter. We're still working toward, and each and every player can do this. Each and every coach can do this. I can do this toward, total consistency in playing to the standard that we want to play to. And the choice is do you want to build on the challenges of the future? All right, now we're getting into SEC games, and certainly this first game is going to be, a challenge. It's an SEC game. Vanderbilt's 3-1, much improved, team over last year. They have like 14 starters back, but they're scoring 42 points a game, and they play 2 quarterbacks. Both of them are very, very capable, very good athletes. They run the ball, they run some options, they very capable passing. 14. Shepard is one of the leading receivers in the SEC. Defensively, these guys they play hard, they're tough. They've given up some yards in their games, but they've played well enough to be able to be effective in winning 3 games. The kicking game is good. The punter is one of the leading punters in the country in terms of 48.9 yard average. Joseph has done a good job of kicking for him. So, this is a, good all-around team and going to be a challenging game for us.
My question is about the off-season preparation and scouting that you do for each opponent. How has the transfer portal impacted the usefulness of that body of work, if at all?
Well, I think it only affects it from a personnel standpoint. It doesn't usually affect it dramatically from a schematic standpoint. Technically, what does the other team do? Their offense or defense doesn't change dramatically unless they change philosophies, change coordinators, change personnel in some way to do that. But you don't know for sure who the players are going to be, in a lot of cases, and how they're going to use those players.
Yep. Through three games, what positional battles remain and what will it take to resolve them?
I'm not going to speculate on players and positions, and everybody's in competition. Nobody's entitled to a position. Everybody's got to go out and compete every day and play well and do the things they need to do to play winning football. And the more guys we get to do that, the better off we're going to be. So there's no personal matchups or battles that I'm care to discuss.
When you were looking at Tyler Steen when he was in the transfer portal, what did you like about his game when he was at Vanderbilt?
Well, he's a very athletic guy. He's got really good power for his size, and he's a good pass blocker. A very smart guy. Understands, how to play fundamentally, use his hands, and has, played pretty consistently for us, in the 3 games that he's played, and certainly not disappointed us in any way, shape, or form. He's got a lot of experience, which I think helps. So, we're very pleased that he's here.
Hey, Coach, I know the players had a lot of fun with Will Anderson, getting his pick 6. And I want to know what's been the most fun about watching him. And I know you played defense in college. What are some of the assets that you see from Will that, back in the day, maybe you wish you had?
Well, Will's got great passion for the game, plays with great energy and enthusiasm. You love coaching guys like that. And I think it's infectious to other players on the team as, you see the reaction from his teammates when, he has success and, scored a touchdown. We need to do more of that, not just Will, but everybody on defense, create more turnovers, make more big plays, make explosive plays, score on defense. I mean, those are really, really fun things for any defensive player. So I know it was really fun for Will and his teammates to see him do it.
After the game, we saw Kyrie Jackson leave in a walking boot. I was wondering if you had any updates on his injury.
Yeah, he sprained his ankle on a punt return. I think the one that Brian Branch ran back for a touchdown. I don't think it's significant, but when you have an ankle injury, you got to go day to day, and we'll see how he does, this week.
Now that you've seen Jaheim Otis, a few games from him, what stood out about the way he's performed?
He's done a good job. He's a young guy that has played really, really well. He's powerful. He's hard to block. I thought he probably played the best he's played on the most consistently that he played probably in this last game. So hopefully he'll continue to develop, and we can develop some other guys in the defensive line that provide more depth for us as well.
What do you think's led to some of the success you guys have had when running tempo offensively this year? And has there been any discussion on maybe doing it a little bit more in non-2-minute situations?
We have been an effective tempo team. That's something that's been good for us. It's something that we work on, that you really got to get the players to, get up and down, get ready, and go. I think, Bryce likes it when we do that. I think it's also beneficial when we spread the other team out and do that. So we just got to keep working on it and hopefully continue to make it an asset for us in the future in terms of how fast we play and how we execute.
Coach, you mentioned how the challenge of Vanderbilt's going to be, but just watching Coach Lay, how has he, in your opinion, kind of changed that program a little bit?
Well, I think it changed the whole culture of the program. Their players play really hard. They play with confidence. I think they believe in, what they're doing offensively, defensively, special teams. And I think culture is the biggest thing you try to establish in a program. And they got some pretty good players. They got some experienced players that are back from a year ago. They got better skill guys than they normally have, better quarterbacks. So, and they're doing a really, really good job of coaching them. And they've got really challenging systems to defend against.
Coach, we're going to go to Oscar. Oscar's here from Mexico City this week.
Hello, Coach. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oscar Clerica from Claro Sports in Mexico City and 17 countries in Latin America. It's a great pleasure. Could you say some words to all the fan base, Alabama fans in Mexico and Latin America? Did you know that we broadcast the games to 17 countries down south the border? What is your opinion about that? And if you could say some words to all the people in Mexico. Thank you very much. Gracias.
Yeah, well, we appreciate all the fan support that we get in Mexico. And I wasn't aware of, all these places that, watch us, but I do know that we have an iconic brand that sort of spreads not only throughout the United States, but in some of the bordering countries in Europe. And I think that's a good thing for our program. And I know it's a great thing for our players, but, we appreciate the support. We love it that you love Alabama, and I'll just say roll tide to you.
You got time for a couple more? We'll start with Charlie.
With Deontay Lawson, we've seen him get some reps at inside linebacker. Just what kind of progress have you seen him make?
He's doing a good job. He's much more confident in knowing what to do and how to do it. And I think he's playing with more confidence. I think it takes players a while to develop that, systematically in terms of understanding what's required of me on this play. And a lot of guys, maybe in high school, they just ran and tackled a guy with the ball. But when you're trying to play a systematic defense where everybody has a job to do, and the way you get challenged, offensively in college football now with the kind of plays that people run, everybody's got to be really disciplined in how they read the plays and how they fit the plays. And I think when linebackers sort of get confident in that, then they start playing a lot faster. And I've seen that in, Deontay in his play.
You mentioned JoJo was day-to-day last week. Is there any update on him and kind of what's the plan when bringing him back, either as a receiver?
I don't
or
recall saying that he was day-to-day. Hopefully he's going to start, doing some dry land, running and things this week. But, that's a medical decision. So when he gets back, I really don't know for sure. Can't comment on. I hope it's sometime soon, but I don't know when that might be.
A year ago on punt returns, there were some blocking issues with penalties. You guys had 8 returns just on Saturday with no flags. What do you attribute that improvement in the blocking?
Well, it really comes down to judgment. We coach punt returns very similar this year to the way we did last year. Clamp the guy, stab and lag the guy, sit and fit the guy. Don't clip, don't blind side hit anybody. Hold off the clip if you have to, which means you just try to shield the guy. Don't hit him in the back. We coached all those things ever since I've been here. So players make good choices and decisions because they play with discipline and they understand, the consequences of making bad choices and decisions. And, one of the things that we want to improve on is to be able to play penalty free and eliminate penalties, even though we still got a few too many penalties in the last game. It was better than the game before. And hopefully we can continue to eliminate that. All right. Thank you.
All right, that's Alabama coach Nick Saban there, brought to you by our friends at Hamburger Heaven.
Since 1982, Hamburger Heaven been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, milkshakes, sandwiches made fresh to order. All their ingredients fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day for breakfast or lunch. Visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gordondale, and Homewood.
And I said this after the game on CBS 42 with Chris Brees, that even though it's 63-7 and there's some things Alabama fans want to see right or getting a little bit better, this or that, when your playmakers, your name players start making plays, like Will Anderson, for instance, even though it was a horrible turnover by ULM, it was a turnover that he picked up and scored. I feel like your guys can sort of get a little momentum going, a little mojo going. Your name players start making plays. And obviously you want to be able to take the top off an offense, but I did like this, that some of the guys that maybe had gotten off to slow starts by their standards got into the game and a little bit more into the groove this weekend.
I'm interested. It was not something. It was very atypical from Bryce Young to turn the football over multiple times. But I'm really interested to see, are we going to have a breakout game? McClellan had the one big run against Texas. But are we going to have a game from Gibbs or McClellan or, Roydell Williams where they go for 150 plus? Yeah. Is this the game Saturday?
Maybe it is, as Los Tide takes on the Los Commodores.
I had two takeaways from that. Number one, that the Mexican reporter said gracias and Saban didn't say de nada. It's almost like gut reaction for me. If you say gracias to me, I'm almost always going to say de nada, but Nick didn't. The other takeaway, though, is him talking about the offense operating at tempo and how much Bryce likes that. It's abundantly clear Bryce likes it. He plays so much better when they're in tempo. And I don't know if it's Saban trying to protect his defense or if it's Bill O'Brien uncomfortable with tempo or a little bit of both. I don't know which, but when they're at tempo, you saw it at the end of the first half. Alabama, I think when they got their final possession, was at 132 yards and 5 first downs against ULM. That's not good at all. And they go to the 2-minute. What happened? Right down the field, touchdown. And Bryce Young, you saw that against Texas too. He's so much better in those situations. And I know you can't do it the whole game.
I wonder if you say you try not to do it too frequently as not to put it on tape to where it's not as prepared for.
What, the 2-minute?
Yeah, when you play. Tempo, being such a tempo team, not consistently, but sparingly. I wonder if that keeps it as a weapon for them in bigger games.
But I think the other thing you've got to look at, too, though, is when are you doing tempo? And here's the reason I say that, Lance. If you're doing tempo at the end of half or end of game, you're probably catching a different defense, too, right? Like I'm sure ULM was in a different defense at the end of the half when Alabama went to tempo, and that helped. I think Texas probably was, too, when Alabama was playing tempo. So I don't know, but Bryce is better in those situations.
There is no doubt. And I don't know why you would really need to protect this defense.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Hey, listen, Nichols Outfitters right now wants you to know with dove season upon us, they've got all the stuff you need there. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells, all in stock. Hurry, demand is through the roof this dove season. Get out for dove season with the guys who know the outdoors. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham, or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Before our next break, Forrester, let's give them a couple of social media troll video clips. Let's start first with Penn State trolling Auburn, if you will. Penn State fans, I mentioned this on the air, man, as I was leaving the stadium, I heard one say, man, that Eagle flight, man, that was something else. I'm sort of disappointed I'm not going to get to see them roll Toomer's corner, but I thought that was pretty much a troll. But this is what the official school thing sent out. Toilet paper rolling down to 1-0.
Oh, wow.
That's Penn State.
That's pretty funny, though.
Penn State football social media. Meanwhile, Eastern Michigan, who beat up on Arizona State, this was sent out from Eastern Michigan, but they had it ready to go. And this was before Herm got fired the next day. But Eastern Michigan, you play to win the game, 30-21 Eastern Washington over Arizona State.
Yikes.
You play to win the game. Eastern Michigan had that ready to go, boys.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, and that one kid's still running for Eastern Michigan.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, when we come back, more college football. We still got our stock report to get to and a lot more. But on Mondays, LT updates you guys on some very important medical news from our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama.
Yeah, remember September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. Prostate cancer, the second leading cause of cancer death in American men behind lung cancer. All men are at risk for prostate cancer, but there are various factors that can increase the risk of being diagnosed with the disease, such as age, race, family history. Prostate cancer normally detected with a PSA blood test and a digital rectal examination. Men typically begin early detection for prostate cancer starting at 40. Prostate cancer screening means the doctor is looking for cancer before it causes symptoms. In Alabama in 2022 alone, 4,650 new cases of prostate cancer will be diagnosed, and there will be around 480 deaths from the disease. Call our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. 205-930-0920 for that appointment. That's 205-930-0920.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at UrologyCentersAlabama.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at CrockerMovingServices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible, and they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, CrockerMovingServices.com. Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hated to see that injury to Jake Haener, of course. Nobody likes to see players injured. And he was having some success against that USC defense, yes. But my thought on USC earlier with Klatt, LT, is that, I mean, Jordan Addison is your one receiver, but freaking Mario Williams is your number 2 receiver, and that guy can play. And Caleb Williams is just, he's at a different level I didn't think he could reach last year when he was at Oklahoma. He just looks
the way you would expect a guy to look in his second year as opposed to his first year.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the Caleb Williams that all of the recruiting gurus, including a guy like Tom Luganbill, this is the guy they saw. This is the guy they projected at the next level, and he's playing like it right now. He's been incredible. Again, if I'm going Heisman right now, he would be on that ballot. I think he's played that well. The offense averaging over 50 points per game. They're averaging over 8 yards per play. But the defense, I'm not 100% that this defense will be able to hold up. We'll see.
We're about to jump into our backyard, talk a little SEC football after I tell you about Backyard Solutions, our friends at Backyard Adventures. Those Backyard Adventure playground can make your backyard the place to be for your kids. They don't want to go anywhere else. They want to play in their own backyard. That means more quality time with you during those few precious years you have of those backyard years with your kid. Backyard Adventure playgrounds, also alley-oop trampolines, and goal setter basketball goals. You cannot set up your yard any better for the perfect childhood than with our friends right there. BackyardAlabama.com is the website. BackyardAlabama.com, or you can call them up. 205-408-4FUN. 205-408-4FUN. That's 408-4386. If you ever need that number, hit me up on social media. I'll pass it along to you. Quality 100% cedar, lifetime warranties. They got a maintenance program to keep it looking great in your backyard, landscaping program where they can put it in your backyard and make it look good, and a 3D designer to design the perfect playground to fit in your backyard. It's all right there with our friends at BackyardAlabama.com. Huge win for LSU over Mississippi State. State fans disappointed. I really think a lot of people, including our buddy Connor O'Gara and LT, thought Mississippi State was a, top 15 type team this year?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah,
and we were talking about maybe them being the third best team in the conference behind Georgia and Alabama. Obviously, they are not.
And then Will Rogers, much like in the Alabama game last year when it was rushing 3, dropping 8, they had some problems getting receivers open and moving the ball down the field. Here's Brian Kelly on how big the win is for LSU.
Just a classic, battle of two really good defenses. And then, guys making plays in the second half. Jaden Daniels made a lot of plays for us in the second half. Receivers stepping up, the back step up. And what was evident to me was our physical conditioning in the third and fourth quarter. We were able to control the line of scrimmage. When everybody knew we needed to run the football. I know I was asked this question several times. We ran the football effectively, and we were able to close out the football game. And that's what you have to do, and we were able to do that effectively.
John Emery helped, but Jaden Daniels' legs running the football, to me, the difference in that game on some big plays.
Yeah, I didn't think Jaden Daniels, based on the Jaden Daniels I've seen the last few years at Arizona State, would be able to do this against quality SEC defense. He did it. And I got to give Brian Kelly a ton of credit because when they were down 13-0, they made the adjustments. Their defense played lockdown. The offense got better. They're getting better each and every week. And again, in the next year, not this year, but in 2023, they're going to be a team to be reckoned with.
Now let's move to Texas A&M. You'll hear Jimbo Fisher, and then Brownie, I want your reaction to what you saw with Texas A&M over Miami. I mean, it was a juiced atmosphere. Fowler and Herbstreit's there. 8 o'clock kick, Kyle Field. So it was a battle of two nationally ranked teams. And I think, if we'd have said this in the offseason, sort of the way we thought this game would turn out, and that was different coming off an App State loss. Here's Jimbo Fisher on bouncing back after losing to Appalachian State.
After what happened last week, what do you think was the key for your team to be able to bounce back and not let that linger?
Block out all the clutter, move on, go to the next play, go to the next day, don't listen to anybody, and move on. You control what happens to you, and just live in your own little cubby hole, live in your own world, and block everything out.
Yeah, I think they were very fortunate to win this game. You are right, Max Johnson did not turn the ball over, but when you complete only 10 passes for 140 yards against a quality opponent, you're very fortunate to win. And Klatt is right. They got, 25 first downs Miami did? And they outgained Texas A&M by 130 yards on the road and somehow managed not to score a touchdown. And like Klatt said earlier, that's impossible to do. I don't even know how Miami accomplished that.
Yeah, Van Dyke didn't play well.
He did not.
And I thought that would be the difference in this game. It's one of the reasons I liked A&M. I thought that there would be way too much pressure. I thought A&M's offense would be a lot crisper. but only 17 points, 264 total yards, 16 first downs. They gave up 3 sacks. On the flip side, A&M's defense was unable to get to Van Dyke. I don't know. A&M Arkansas is fascinating to me because I think Arkansas is a better team, but A&M's favorite.
Yeah, Arkansas had no cracks until they played Missouri State this week, and that makes this game look totally different now.
Yeah, but I wonder, and coaches are never going to say we're looking ahead. How much were they looking ahead to Texas A&M?
Yeah, I just think A&M is going to be limited on offense all year. I think that's what we figured out. No matter who's the quarterback, they're going to be very limited on offense.
If they average 14 yards of completion the rest of the year, that's pretty good, right?
Not how many completions do they have?
Am I doing the math right on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
How many completions do they have?
Yeah, 10. That's
No,
for 14 yards.
No, it's not. When you've only got 140 pass yards. But DJ Durkin's an elite defensive coordinator, and he is showing that because their defense is playing lights out right now.
That was one of LT's lock winners over the weekend. The State loss was your only loss, right? You were 6-1 Saturday.
Yeah, 6-1 Saturday, 4-1 yesterday. So I lost State on Saturday. I lost your Bucs Saints game. I had the Saints plus 2.5. So games that I felt really good about going in, but we still had a 10-2 weekend for you. We're going to win for you. You got 2 winners up tonight. Both games, doubleheader Monday Night Football, so 2 more winners in the NFL. We're killing it right now. $90 a month, lanceslock.com.
Yeah, and it's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. When it happens to you, the first phone call you need to make, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
Okay, so the Georgia-South Carolina game at 11 o'clock, everyone had been pointing to this game even back in the season. Remember when Shane Beamer, we showed you Shane Beamer taking his guys on a walkabout, taking them on the upper deck and talking about how at 11 o'clock, Georgia, there'll be people sitting up here in the heat for the Georgia game cheering for you guys. They'll walk all the way from up there where they have to park on that hill, and they'll walk and climb all those stairs you just climbed up here. It did not go well for South Carolina. Did anyone think it would look like that?
No. I didn't think it'd be that bad. I didn't think South Carolina would beat them, but I didn't know they would get just running the ground.
Yeah, I thought that they would hang. I thought Radler actually would be getting better week to week.
Turnover machine.
Yeah, he was not good at all. The best pass thrown all day by South Carolina was their punter. And seriously,
Beamer ball.
He threw a BB, a 20-yard completion, which looked like it flipped the momentum a little bit when Georgia was up 14-0. But that defense is just too good. I mean, Klatt said it. I mean, South Carolina, they score that late touchdown with under 2 minutes to go. If they don't get that, Georgia's defense through 3 games is giving up a point a game.
Yeah, that's crazy. the throwaway there. So I want your reaction to the question.
Okay.
And his response, because Shane Beamer did more with less last year, but that brought expectations this year. And some people are saying now the shine's off of the Golden Boy right now. I disagree with that. It's just a tough schedule to start off with Arkansas and Georgia. But how do you think he handled this situation?
You sense any give up in the locker room?
Hell no. What kind of questions that, Phil? We're 1-2. We're 1-2. We got a bunch of fighters in that room, and give up. That's not a part of this football program. Get out of here, man. With that, no.
I got no problem with the question or the answer.
Well, I like the way you answered it.
I'll tell you, man. I mean, Phil would have got a better reaction from shitting on his desk. I mean, look how hey, play it again. Look how disgusted he is by the question.
Phil Kornblut, by the way, is who asked this. I actually know Phil. He's a super nice guy. South Carolina News Network.
I think it's a little early to be asking that question, in my opinion.
I mean, maybe it is. I don't have a problem. Wasn't a gotcha question. I mean, he was point blank in his question. I also have no problem with the way Beamer answered it. Yeah.
You sense any give up in the locker room?
Hell no. What kind of questions that, Phil? We're 1-2. We're 1-2. We got a bunch of fighters in that room, and give up. That's not a part of this football program. Get out of here, man. With that, no.
I'll come back and tell you no.
Phil, what kind of question is that, Phil? Yeah. What kind of question's that?
I will say, so I saw a little bit of fight from them in the second half against Arkansas. They still got blown out, weren't really competitive. Just didn't see that against Georgia. But, again, Georgia's on another level.
Yeah, so. I mean, Oregon looks really good now.
Yeah.
And they looked horrible against Georgia. If we ever get a audio tape of somebody asking a dumb question, Rockstar, and then dropping that in there. No. What kind of question is that, Phil? Phil? Hell no. There's no quit. We got nothing but fighters.
I am, Klatt, I'm looking at updated odds to win the national championship, and Georgia is your favorite now in front of Alabama. And Klatt said he would take Georgia against the field.
Yeah.
I probably would take the field. I do think Georgia looks the best just because of getting all of that. And you never know, one significant injury.
Oh, I'll take the field for a stake bet right now.
Here we go.
Oh, no, that's why I just said I would take the field.
I know. That's why I like it a lot. Because you like it.
Together.
Because you like it.
Well, you just
have another side.
You don't see back-to-back national champions like that.
It's hard to do.
But I was talking to our friend Ken West at Walk-Ons, big Georgia guy, and I said, even if you guys were to lose a game, you guys are still getting in this college football playoff. I mean, that's almost a guarantee that Georgia's in the
they'd
playoff.
have to win the SEC. If they lose a regular season, they'd have to win the SEC championship.
Yeah, but I just don't see this team losing
If
of
they're a
those
one-loss
13
team,
games.
if they're a one-loss team, they're in.
Yeah. But before we go to break here, Forster, can you pop back up the screenshot there? It always looks like when he's at home, when he's got this background, like he's at the Cotton Bowl already because of the Founders logo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
South Carolina's Cotton Bowl trip presented by. They'd take that in a heartbeat right now.
Yes, they would. All right. When we come back, we'll do our stock reports. You guys have been so good with that all day long. That is part of the show, I should say, being brought to you by our friend Dr. B. Underneath Shane Beamer's hat and underneath the L.A. Rams hat, you see nothing but great locks. I don't know who does Shane Beamer's hair, but Dr. B takes care of our boy LT.
Hey, with age, unfortunately for most, comes a little hair loss. When it started to happen to me last year, I really didn't even know. When I look in the mirror, everything looked fine. Back crown started to thin out. When I finally got told that, I set up that consultation with Dr. B. If you've got a friend out there and you start noticing the crowning a little bit, make sure you tell them, send them to Dr. B. I got a couple of texts over the weekend about Dr. B and his team. Hey, for me, they perform that genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. Beckenstein, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics. He can formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over the options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase thickness and health of my hair. Dr. Beckenstein, for more than 20 years, women and men have turned to him for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316, 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Mr. B, Georgia is peaking too soon. A+, we'll answer your question with our spotlight coming up next. Stay with us.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets.
Things change fast these days. One thing that hasn't changed is our newest partner's dedication to serving you. Ryan Brown here for the next round, and I want to tell you about our friends at Better Business Bureau. BBB has been the beacon of trust and champion of marketplace principles, serving businesses and consumers locally for 70 years. BBB is focused on ethical business standards, including integrity, transparency, trustworthiness, and honesty. And they have something for everyone with tools like BBB Business Profiles, accreditation, scam tracker, get a quote, trusted reviews, dispute resolution, and more. You can be sure to find a trusted partner with BBB. Whether you need a trustworthy business to help you complete the next item on your honey-do list, need help avoiding scams, want to share feedback about a recent experience with a local business, or want to bolster your brand standing in the marketplace by becoming BBB accredited, BBB is here to serve you. With countless consumer resources and a menu of member benefits for businesses, they truly are a one-stop shop for your customer and business needs. Go to bbb.org and see what you've been missing.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. Fansville. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Our Michelson look ahead, 2 NFL games tonight. Titans and Bills, 6:15 on ESPN. Vikings and Eagles, 7:30 on ABC. Watch for a big game tonight for Miles Sanders. I can't tell you why, but I need 24 imaginary points from Miles Sanders.
Geez. Hey,
it's part of our Michelson
the
look.
first play of the game.
It's part of our Michelson look ahead. Brown, go ahead. What do you?
No, I was going to say Tennessee's one of those would be a surprising 0-2 team if they lose this tonight. And you mentioned the 0-2 teams making the playoffs. Not good.
Yeah.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, make the phone call that I made 20 years ago to Michelson Laser Vision at 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round, Cynthia. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts, you wear the eyeglasses, you're wasting money each and every year. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. I had the 2200 vision. I now have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Call Michelson Laser Vision today, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Yesterday, the first day since we've done a show that all 4 of our teams won on the same day.
I thought about that as I saw the Lions win, not thinking the Rams-Falcons game would be close at all.
Yep.
I wondered if it was going to be the case, yeah. Is it though?
I cannot remember.
I can't remember another time.
I mean, you factor in the Lions and the Buccaneers.
Sure, the Dolphins.
And then where the Dolphins have been and the Rams at different times. It's hard to imagine we've had a day all 4 of us have won.
I bet it's happened.
It's not a time. Not with the Lions. I mean, no offense, Rockstar.
No, none.
How many games did you win last year? 3?
3.
3. But there have been some years we've won 3 or 0. Let's do our spotlight today. Stock report, stock up and down, the big button Rockstar.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football's stock report.
Hey, and Bob Baumhauer, our friend, delivered Alabama's first ever taste of buffalo wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. In fact, he had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Remember, they've got that tailgate special, part of the recession concessions menu, perfect for game days, office parties, or dinner 4 pounds of the traditional wings with your choice of sauce and a complimentary gallon of tea. Ask for it when you get into one of those locations of Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, I'll go first here. I'm going to go stock up the Oklahoma Sooners and the stock down Dana Holgorsen. First, Oklahoma. Every player saying we kept it very vanilla against the first two opponents. So
is that a unicorn?
It's the ears. I'm excited.
No, it's not a bad wagon.
Yeah. The wagon was the one I was most worried about.
It's like a logging truck.
No, I like that Dana Holgorsen goes to flatline. I like that. That's actually very good.
Don't beat me to the punch, man.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. Go ahead with your stock up Oklahoma.
But Oklahoma, Jeff Lebby, they unveiled what they want the offense to look like against their old school rival, Nebraska. Weird watching that game for me because when I was a kid, that game was always like Thanksgiving weekend or first weekend.
Oh, yeah?
It was always late and it always meant something. Watching it mean nothing and being when it's hot outside, it was just weird. Oklahoma stock up. Stock down Dana Holgorsen. If you'll notice, some of you may have already noticed this.
I
but
did.
Dana Holgersen's name goes flat line because I think he's in trouble at Houston. But also, I can't spell Holgorsen. I don't know how to spell it.
No,
So
it's a
I
good
went to
idea.
that part right there and just said, hell, but I'm going to go flat line
Good
because I
idea.
can't spell it.
Dana Holmgren, Mike Holmgren's brother.
Yeah, so there you
Smart,
go.
yeah.
That's my stock up, stock down. Brownie?
My stock up is going to be the Cuse of Syracuse. If you've noticed, they're 3-0 LT. Syracuse.
It was an amazing finish, too.
It was. Against Purdue, that's a good win. Purdue looked like a decent little team, but Purdue struggling this year. It's 2 losses for them. But one of the reasons I wanted to bring Syracuse up, and I've been meaning to bring this up for 2 weeks now, Rockstar, this is for you. Do you know who leads Syracuse in receiving?
That would be Donovan McNabb.
Who's your favorite Miami Dolphin of all time?
Rondé Gadsden.
His son, Rondé Gadsden Jr., who I cannot believe
The
is old
OG.
enough to be playing college football. Rondé Gadsden was a Dolphins receiver of my adolescence.
But Garrett Schrader's been really good.
Yeah. Syracuse, my stock up. My stock down is Louisville. I had Florida State Friday night. What? That's that English L they use. Yeah.
Oh, I thought for a second you were going to say the golden boot that Arkansas and LSU had somehow
No.
lost its steam or something.
Not yet. No, Louisville. I mean, they are now 1-2. Scott Satterfield gets South Florida, which normally you would just give that as a layup this weekend, but not
I don't
after the
know.
way South Florida played at Florida. That's a losable game. They can be 1-3.
Yeah, they should have won Friday night.
They should have. You know, Jordan Travis went out hurt. Do we know how bad he's hurt yet? I haven't seen that.
I did not check the update, but
Florida
it
State's 3-0 for the first time since 2015.
looked like it could have been. And the ACC today exercised a 6-day wait on their games next week in case Wake wins this weekend and Florida State wins again. That'd be a battle of two top, whatever
Two
teams.
undefeated teams,
Yeah,
yeah.
2 undefeated teams as opposed to Clemson would lose to Wake Forest and NC State.
Yeah.
But Clemson and NC State will get the bigger billing, no doubt.
My stock up, Michael Penix Jr. Not since 2020 when he had a special year for Tom Allen in Indiana. Really down last year. He's been injured. But the guy is completing 66% of his throws, 10 touchdowns, only 1 pick, and they're undefeated. They're 3-0, and he was really impressive against that Spartan defense against Michigan State on Saturday night.
Yeah. And that W reminds me, there's a new wedding in Westeros, whatever what's the country in Game of Thrones?
Westeros?
Westeros?
Yep.
Yeah, there's a new wedding in Westeros.
Are you watching House of the
I'm
Dragon?
not. Everybody was talking about the wedding.
Okay.
Stock down Anthony Richardson.
Better not have been a fall wedding. Was it a fall wedding?
Yeah, I'm sure it was last night.
You know what? Leaves were on the ground. A guy got beaten to death at the rehearsal dinner. Beat his eye out.
Oh wow!
Like he was missing his eye.
They serve it up in the entree?
Nah, they cleared out pretty good though. Okay, so since Anthony Richardson week 1 in that upset over Utah, where he went 168 through the air, 106 through the ground or on the ground, 3 total touchdowns, no turnovers. The last 2 weeks, he's gone from 17 completions to 14 against Kentucky with 2 interceptions to 10 against South Florida with 2 interceptions, and he's only rushed for a total of 28 yards over the last couple of weeks. As good as he looked week 1, and we were talking about flashes of Cam Newton, he has looked that bad in weeks 2 and 3. Stock down Anthony Richardson. Big moment for him coming up this Saturday in Knoxville.
I like the
Knoxville.
script Gators. Good job with that.
Yeah, I am. That Tennessee-Florida game in Knoxville, so Florida-Tennessee this weekend on CBS. Interesting
Right.
game. I want to see what Tennessee can do.
Feels like a blowout to me.
It does to me, too.
Feels like a Tennessee blowout.
But how many things do you think was going to be a blowout this past
I know.
weekend that ended up not being a blowout?
I know. I mean, it's college football. You never know.
All right. I promised to answer a question in the chat room. We'll do that in the final segment, so stay with us. Brian Harson's future. Some of you have some thoughts on that. As we head to break here, Brenny, tell us about our friends at NASCAR.
877-GO-TO-DAGA is the phone number to call to get those tickets for the Yellowwood 500. Is coming up Sunday, October 2nd. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. You can also win them at nextroundlive.com/Daga. We're giving you a NASCAR driver. You just have to tell us who their favorite football team is. You get it right, you're in the drawing for Saturday tickets and Sunday tickets. 877-GO-TO-DAGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It is the Yellowwood 500. Right now, you can reserve your garage passes, your seats, your camping space, your infield space, all of that by calling 877-GO-TO-DAGA or visiting TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Our final word today, the next round, brought to you by the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, folks, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante, what they do here is they blend together 3 tequilas, the Añejo, the Extra Añejo, and the Reposado, and they blend those tequilas together in a new European oak barrel, double filter it to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp in taste, especially on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Basically what we're telling you here, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. It's the best out there. Go and try that with all your drinks this weekend. All right, first, before you play the Harsin Bite, here's my scene. End of third quarter. I'm going to go hang out with some friends real quick, get out of the press box. This is right after the Ashford interception. I'm walking to a tent to see people. This is the end of the third, not even to the end of the third quarter. In the third quarter, the number of Auburn people that are leaving. Look down the other tweet coming up here, down the street where the Tiger Walk is. Mm-hmm. You're about to see this video coming up down that street. Look at that. Look at all those people down through there. Off in the horizon.
It's hard to blame them. The game was over.
But that's still not even to the fourth quarter yet. I've been to Auburn games since 1988. I've never seen an exit like that.
Yeah, people are learning from me, aren't they?
Yep. It's just amazing.
You leaving games in games that are single-score games.
Here's Brian Harsin on, well, he's asked the question. I'll let you listen to the question.
Tonight or today could generate some talk about your job security. How do you handle that personally? And how do you handle that? How do you help your team and your coaching staff deal with that?
Yeah, well, I mean, number one, I'm always coaching for this football team, all right, and these players, number one. And, I can't control that. I can control, what I do each and every day. What I've always done is coach for this team, these players, these coaches, make sure I'm doing my job, having our team prepared and all that. And, I don't control any of those other things other than what I do and each and every day. So we put more expectations on ourselves than anybody else, all right? And that's always been that way. So at the end of the day, I'm disappointed for our football team. And my job is to make sure that we put together a plan and put a football team out there that can go compete and play at a high level. And, that's always the expectations. So the standard needs to be better than what it was, and that's really all we're going to focus on. I believe in this team, and I believe in what we're doing, and we got to be better at it. So, at the end of the day, that's all I ever focus on.
Now listen, A+ asks, after the performance last week, Auburn finally now can get their shot at Petrino for a discount. I think Bobby Petrino's past his time.
Yeah,
right?
Slightly.
Yeah, that ship has sailed.
Too old to. I mean, they need a young, aggressive, hot recruiting coach that's going to go down there and work his tail off if they end up moving on from Brian Harsin.
Well, they're going to move on. I brought up Mark Stoops. I would pay Mark Stoops pretty much whatever he wants. I don't know if he'd leave Kentucky or not. Matt Rule's going to be out there. And you look at Matt Rule, when he took over Temple, 2 wins for year one, 6-6, 10-4, 10-3. Baylor, 1-11, 7-6, 11-3. He can coach at that level. Problem for him at Carolina, it's getting worse. From 5-11 to 5-12 last year, they're 0-2 right now. He's going to probably get forced out. I don't know how you guys feel. I think y'all are big Matt Rule fans.
I love Matt Rule. Matt Rule's a fantastic college coach.
If Auburn could get Matt Rule.
Yeah, I mean, that's an upgrade based on what he's done collegiately.
I mean, especially with what he did at Baylor. I mean, that was a job I didn't think anybody would take, and he turned them back into what they still are right now. And Temple, he brought them back.
But I mean, either one of those guys, if you're an Auburn fan and you could get Stoops or Rule, I would be extremely excited.
I just wonder when this ever catches up with Auburn. It may never, because they pay so much money in buyouts. But every coach gets fired there. Every one of them. Nobody leaves just to retire or go to another. You get fired. And at some point, coaches start to look at that and think, I mean, all these guys have egos, though. They'll think it's not going to be me.
Right.
Or I'll get a big enough buyout it won't matter because that's what Auburn does. They pay buyouts.
Yeah, I got to ask that question, too. You think Harson's ready to pack it in, too, ready to take the buyout?
Probably so, and get another job.
Yeah, I don't think that's a coaching personality, but the way the buyouts are now, I tell you, I think I'd rather, as Ed Orgeron said, thank you. Which door do you want me to leave, and when do you want me to leave?
Yeah, I see John over there. I've heard this too. Lane Kiffin. I don't think Lane would take it.
Yeah, Kevin Skarbinski mentioned that. I don't know exactly where Kevin's writing, but that's what he was saying. He thinks Lane Kiffin would be a good choice down there. Interesting next couple of days and weeks for Auburn, with Missouri coming to town 11 a.m. this week. We'll hear what Brian Harsin says in his news conference tomorrow here in the show. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway.